Crazy. And we're back. I'm turning the music up a little because I was rewatching the VOD of last stream and the music couldn't be heard. Also, I'm adding a filter to my microphone. Where's my microphone? Here we go. Filters. Where's the noise suppression? Okay. Now, you should be able to hear my fan in the background. Oh, I just forgot to stop. Give a minute? No. Also, you got first! Balance in the universe is restored. Balance in the universe is restored. Now, let's turn on some music for yours truly. Oh. I messed around with some basic EQing. Well, that's new. What the heck is that? Oh, am I now re? Oh, wow. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. Play the Magnus Sicilian, please. Please. Dang it. You're right, you're right. Maybe I should prioritize making the people in my life good influences. You're right, you're right. That's a skill issue on my end. Sofish, how are you? Quite good. My music is way too loud. Let's just... A1 to E6? Wait, why can't you see? Really? That's weird. Why? OBS... Oh, which... Piece of junk. Reset my settings. Thank you. Thank you for telling me before you do that. Appreciate the notification. Working on it. 1 second. I found the problem. OBS spontaneously decided to change my settings. I'm sure I didn't exactly press something I shouldn't have. Oh no, I know what my problem was. I'm dumb. Have a joke moment? Hey. See, you cursed me? What do you mean I cursed you? What happened? I didn't curse nobody. So he's playing it like a Magnus Sicilian, but he's including this and this. Which, let's see if that inclusion helps him or not. I don't actually know. I'm unfamiliar with this move order. My gosh darn controller. It wasn't me. See, I'm not sure if I want to play F5 in this line anymore. F5 is typical, but now I'm not as sure. Because now F5 takes, Bishop takes. I've kind of given him this move for free. Which looks like it benefits him. So I will just play knight to F6 immediately because I know that's the sideline in the first one. I'm slowly climbing my way to 1100 blitz based. Also, as I was saying earlier, I've started to mess around with EQing my music a little bit. And man, I've always known I'm a bass head. And so I just like slightly ramped up the bass, just a smidge. You know? Just a little bump at the low end. And it sounds nice. Again, the bishop's shockingly good on h6 in these positions. Because it really puts a uncomfortable amount of pressure on the white pieces. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm better or even equal or anything in this position, but 1060? That's pretty good. I was already at 1170, then fell back to 1006. Yeah, that's me with 2200. Real. Real. I like the idea of takes here, knight takes, queen takes bishop. Intuitively, that makes a lot of sense to me. I'm gonna go for it because I like the bishop pair in this position. I mean, first off, it's just a pawn. But on top of that, I do like the bishop pair in this position. 3 wins away from 1200, I just feel a choke coming. Oh, come on. That's a bad reason. Own the choke. Own the choke. Hey, Void. Do I play f6 in this position? Give me a second. So it's definitely either f6 or e5, right? Those are the only two moves that prevent mate. e5, f takes, and I'm a little uncomfortable. Actually, just e5, you can go rook takes d6, and I don't think I want to allow that, which means it has to be f6. As uncomfortable as this move is to play. But okay. So I'll follow up with a bishop g4 followed by an e5, and maybe. Don't know. Queen again? Oh, I need to listen to more Queen. I don't think I've ever listened to a full Queen album. Like, I've listened to a lot of Queen throughout my life. Like, the band, but I don't think I've listened to a full album. Now that I'm really thinking about it. I'm gonna have to rectify that. If he wants to sack another pawn, that's fine by me. I'll play bishop e5 and then take back with knight. That gives him opposite colored bishops. I don't think he can do anything with it. And then I'll play bishop c6 and I've got to be better, right? This knight doesn't look very good. His bishop and queen are pretty well blunted. This is a very strong piece. This piece is holding my position together by itself. And rook a c8 is also automatic in this position. Album I don't know. I haven't tried any of the albums. Yep, starting rated like we usually do. Rook ac can't be a bad move. And so now I have two options. I can go both bishop f5 and bishop c6, depending on what I want to pressure more. Bishop f5, I'm like looking at c2, which is interesting, and bishop c6, I'm looking at a1 or h1, which is interesting. I like bishop f5 here. Maybe I'm stupid, but I do like this move. Actually, I can play like bishop g4 here. And kind of ask him where he's moving his bishop. h5 definitely doesn't work. I just take. He has nothing. I'm calling the bluff there. No Q? Oh wait, I forgot to open the Q. Pardon me. Also, I re-implemented the ELO command. Better yet, the ELO command now works for anybody. You type in exclam ELO followed by somebody's chess.com name, and it will give you their ELO and all three main time controls. So you have to type a name afterwards, a chess.com name. Ta-da! I don't have it detect if the user's a valid user yet, so it just sends that blank, poorly formatted result, which I'm gonna fix it so that it detects if the user is valid first, but I haven't implemented that yet. For now, it just spits out the ELO on the three major time controls, which that was a big request of the ELO command before. I never made it do that before, but now I've gotten more confident in my abilities with the platform I use, so. Let's trade queens, friend. Oh yeah, for sure. I also implemented a very basic version of the exclam music command. It just, like, is a thank you to the artists. But, you know. It works. It's functional. No need to make the user valid. And there kind of is a need. It's better from a UX perspective. It's just nicer. It's just nicer that way. And so I'm going to fix that at some point. It takes some time and work, and I'll get it working eventually, but so I know how. I just would have to implement it. I don't have exclam leave working yet. That one I have not done. I'm going to, but hello, how are you? Quite good. A little tired, but that's college life for you. That's college life for you. I had a class today. It was good. I like, well, this is a professor's assistant, technically not a professor, but I like him. I like the idea of this followed by like E5, but I don't know if it's good. It looks good. Alternatively, what is he threatening? He wants to go knight e3, which is kind of annoying, actually. I won't allow it. And then if rook here, I'll go e5 anyway, and he can't take because of takes on c2. Probably with rook. Hello, Rednaw. Once in the queue, part of the queue. Yeah, just skip me. Absolutely. Wow, he's letting me take on c2. What do I even take with? If I take with rook, he takes here, I take here, king takes, pawn takes. He gets rook takes e7 at the end, which does not look good. So I think I just take with bishop and then go e5. No, go e5 first. I don't need to come back. He's not attacking my bishop. Looking out for some stupid dragon variations? Rednaw, I've got good news. I've got good news, Rednaw. I've got good news. I love chess. Chess is such a good game, guys. It's a drama. This guy literally played it against me. Now, he did a weird move order. I mean, I just showed you. The move order he chose was bizarre. I don't know. I'm really unsure. I can't decide if it's genius or stupid. See, that knight's really good. If I go here, he goes knight here. That's actually kind of annoying. Oh, no, but then I have this. No, that's fine for us. That's fine for us. He might win a pawn there. That's annoying. But I'm up a piece. Oh, no, he can take my knight. What am I? Just take his knight. What am I? I'm overcomplicating things. I always do this to myself. And then I just push d4, d5, d4. No, just knight e3. Yeah, knight e3 followed by d4. g4 instead of queen d2. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no. Yeah. I'm telling you. Those dragon lines, man. Wait for you to play to ask, but then you played it. Oh yeah. I appreciate that, Void. But yeah, I played it. This seems like a pretty clean win, yeah. I played perfect. Wait, I want to confirm that I played perfect before I say that. Because maybe there's a mistake the computer missed. But I feel like I played pretty close to perfect. I really don't think I gave him anything the entire game. I think I found some nice ideas. Now, given he gave them to me, but... Look at that. Perfect chess, fellas. 97.6 accuracy. And I was out of theory almost immediately. And he went bishop b5 here, which I know this line, but I don't know this line, right? I know queen d2 is a line, and I know bishop c5, bishop b5 is a line, but I don't know the combination. Because in this line, if you play the bishop move, I think you're supposed to take the knight. I think. And in this position, you normally want the bishop on like e2 or something. a6? No, forget a6. He's going to play here, castles, right? That's the point of queen d2, so I need to punish him for it. If I play a6, he's just going to take, and it's too slow. a6 doesn't improve my position. g6. b3, like I said, now bishop h6. This is the idea. This is the idea that you play to deal with queen d2 this early. You play a really early bishop h6, which forces f4. And now normally I play f5, which I've talked about this before. The bishop d2, b2 variation? Yeah. So normally I would play f5 here. However, I think I correctly, I think I correctly evaluated that f5 is a little more questionable here because of the bishops already being developed. This basically gives him a free tempo, right? So f5 here doesn't work because I effectively give him a free tempo, which improves his position. However, I have a different line. I can just play knight f6, which is what I did. In fact, even in the main line with the bishop on c1 and f1, you could still play knight f6 here. I just prefer f5. So in this position, just knight f6. And then here, just castles. Again, evidently I had queen a5 first, but this is just very simple. And look at this bishop. Bishop is actually an amazing piece. It looks kind of stupid, because it's like, okay, you're playing a dragon, but you put the bishop on h6. This is an exception. This is actually a very nice piece. Then queen a5, king b1, knight c4, and I'm just up a pawn. Up a pawn, you can't do me. I'm just up, because it doesn't know chess.com name. f6, then knight f3 was weird. I just take, and then I'm up, what is this? 2 pawns. Like, come on, guys. 2 pawns. Evidently not, Void. Again, I'll have it detect valid chess.com users at some point. And look at that, I'm playing perfect. Look at me go. Look at me go. Sheesh. And then this is easy. And then he resigns. Oh, that's a nice game. That's actually a pretty nice game. I'm pretty happy with that. That's such a... I like that intro. Is that just for when you're streaming, or is that always there? Opponent got obliterated. He got blown off the board. Poor guy. Poor guy. Just develop. See, now I'm considering taking. Because now he can't play knight c6. And so now this knight is kind of stupid. B3 is also an idea sometimes. B3 just feels a little scary after c5. Again, this move wants to play c5, so I feel like preventing c5 is nice. When does black take? Very rarely. Usually you play c5 instead of taking, or you take and then... It depends. There's some lines where you take earlier, but I don't think... The way the opponent was playing is not a way that kind of wants to take. Or wants to take quickly, I should say. Does this bishop want to be on a3 or on g5? Or does it want to be on f4? Oh, this actually bishop has some squares. Hold on a second. I want to go f4. f4 feels right. Because then I also have, like, knight b5 threats. Is there a takes in b5 line? See, takes in b5 is usually super duper risky. Because with takes in b5, you always have to calculate like any a4 sacrifices, any b3 sacrifices, and then you give me the full center on top of it. So in these Neo-Grunfeld positions, sometimes you can, but I don't think it usually favors white, especially since by playing b5, you weaken this long diagonal for my bishop. It's usually more weakening for black than it is worth a pawn. So usually you get more than a pawn's worth. If memory serves. I think I just rook c1. This a4 move, a6 is already kind of concession. Because he would rather play like this. And now knight b on b6 is weaker. Yeah, I think a6, it's not bad, but it's a concession. He doesn't normally want to play that. So bishop f4 forcing him to play b6, a6 just improves my position. Ooh. Interesting. Rook e8 seems more reasonable. Rook e8 seems completely reasonable, but I have a pretty good lockdown on the e5 square. Speaking of which, knight e5 might be a very good move in this position. Because then, like, knight takes, pawn takes. Yeah, I don't agree with the way he's playing this. He's playing too slow. This is not the plan. Maybe he's fine here. Maybe I'm coping. But that d5 pawn isn't happy? Not at all. Now, again, he could play e6, and he's fine, I suppose. But my queen is one of my few pieces that isn't working. So we can just improve the queen. Connect our rooks. I don't want to play e3 yet, because e3 is often met by knight h5, in which case this bishop is kind of taken. Which I don't really want to do that. This knight isn't happy. Where does this knight want to be? It wants to be here, but getting it there is hard. Actually, a4 is a move. Again, guys, you work backwards. What piece needs to exist? This knight. How do I get this knight to work? a4 looks rational. a4 might be helping him improve his bishop. I don't think so. He's got a dead bishop, yes, but I've got a dead knight. Another possible plan was like a3, knight a2 to b4, but he could just play a5 at some point. Has to be with bishop. This is very weak. I'm not sure how he defends it. And I'm also pinning the bishop behind it. It just looks like I win a pawn here. Now, it's going to be a difficult pawn to hold on to, given. This is the b file. He's going to have full control over it. But difficult and impossible are two different things. I'm not going to fix his bishop by playing takes here. Takes here, and his bishop suddenly has something to do. There's no reason. No reason whatsoever. Now, maybe he can... Okay, he plays that. Interesting. I was figuring his plan was he was going to go knight takes here, because he has knight takes e2. But this looks fine. Honestly, knight takes e4 even looks good. And that looks like a bad position. I would much rather be white there. Takes here, he's going to take here. And then after rook takes, queen b6. Right? e3. Pawn takes, maybe. Versus knight takes, pawn takes, queen b6. Is that any better? Would I rather him have the doubled pawns? No, because this is isolated after e5. I think I want to do it this way. f5? Yeah, but he's shutting down his own bishop, right? That's why I wasn't afraid of that, because my point was like, okay, this bishop's stupid. And I could play like an f3 at some point, maybe. I don't think it improves my position, though. Maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, I completely missed that. I'm stupid. Oh, that hurts. Okay. So I'm playing... I am playing for the compensation. If he's smart, he might go knight e3. Looks like a nice switch in Zook. Knight g3? Knight g3, I take the bishop. He can't do that, actually. And I'm attacking the rook there. That's not a good move. That's why knight e3 is good, because he's attacking my queen, so I can't take the bishop, right? That's... See? Knight g3, I can take the bishop. Specific moves matter a lot in lines like this. See, now my bishop's the bad one. So let's fix that. I need to play actively with the pieces I have. I've got a pawn for the exchange, and it is a passer. However, it's a very weak passer. So I need to play actively. So I must take with bishop here, because takes with knight. It looks terrible. Oh, I missed that that's a check. I forgot it was a check. It's hard to play? Yeah, very. Ugh. This is terrible. Just awful. I completely missed that was a check. Yeah, this is just real bad. But okay. But okay. Ah, this was a bad move, too. No, wait. It's fine. It's fine. Rook A, B, Rook A, D. Maybe. Save moves black, yeah. I don't know if that counts or not. I'm gonna be real. So my goal here is to maybe try to get some activity with Rook D7. He's playing very annoying chess here. I mean, I'm approved. That's what he should be doing. If I go Rook A1, does he have Rook D2? He might. He might. It's a brutal position, man. Because here, Rook A D, let's say I play, I don't know, Queen B3, something silly. I'm only defending twice, he's attacking 3 times. You can at least sack the exchange. And he has absolutely compensation. Okay. This is... just Bishop C4 is good enough? There's a lot of moves that are good enough here. Again, it's my job to make things as difficult as possible, so I'm going to do that. I'm not going to shirk on my chess duties because I played bad before. Because that's what it is, it's my duty. I have to make things difficult. Queen B6 looks right. Queen B6, I wasn't sure. Your queen is suddenly less active. I was trying to justify a queen f4 or something. Huh. Do I get mated if knight e4, bishop takes e2, knight takes d6? I don't think I get mated. Don't think I have enough pieces to mate me. I could go queen b4. Ah, time's also a big problem here. I'm gonna try it. I have to try something. I'm baiting this, hoping that queen e5 works. This is absolutely a bait. It should not work. He should be able to deal with it multiple different ways, but it's not the most easy bait in the world. Because even bishop takes, I go here, right? Yeah, he saw it. Which, I mean, he should have seen it. It was not the hardest thing to see. Why not bishop e2 there before queen a1? I'm not sure. I'll have to go back to that position. If bishop e2 I had here in this position, but in the position before, but before queen a1 I'm not sure. I have to look. That's an interesting move. Trying to get rid of one of my good pieces. So annoying. I'm a tempo away from everything. I'm a tempo away from everything. Every way I have of trying to save the position, I'm a tempo short. He's doing this, he's playing this extremely well. And to my opponent's credit, he's doing a very good job of preventing any counterplay. Now, I thought queen takes was better, because of this move. Hello, Norwegian. I missed that this was a check. Yeah, I missed that was a check. Piece of junk. He's doing a very good job here. Just absolutely dismantling me. I'm gonna be elo negative. I hate that. I hate being elo negative. I mean, what you gonna do, right? Okay, where'd I go wrong? Hi, homies. Analyze after? Oh, for sure. Reached 2,600 puzzles and could not have had a better timing to go live. Hey, you're welcome. I think I just played poorly. Okay, so his takes here is the problem. Should I have taken the knight first? So taking with knight first was better. And this was bad because of knight d2. I can't believe I missed knight d2. That was so dumb. And knight d2 is just losing. And I tried my hardest, but there's just nothing to do. It's too much material. I could have played a little more actively, though. Taking with queen would have been better there, yeah. Bishop e2, he probably could have played here. I had a plan. I don't remember what my plan was. Yeah, bishop e2 works immediately. I don't remember what my plan was. I had a plan. I don't think it was this, but... yeah, I'm just dead. So the funny part is, bishop e2 evidently is still good here, but queen c3 was my plan. But king h6 and I just ran out of checks, which is crazy. But yeah, there's just no more chess to be played. And like f5. Oh, it's brutal. Hey, what's up, Flix? Brutal, man. This was better? Yeah, this was way better. See, I found this move a move too late. In this position, it's much nicer. Now, he can hold on to everything, but... oh, not there, sorry. He has to be careful, at least. Like, the wrong move in this sort of position. And knight c5. And now you have to find a unique move, because you already played queen c4 twice. I mean, you could probably just play queen b4, right? Nah, no, then I have queen e5. Knight, king ga? What does king ga mean? Stopped chessing a while ago? Why is that? Here I take on a6, and now I've got 2 pieces. King g1. Oh, well, it's completely winning anyways. You don't even need to play that. Mental school and other nerd stuff? No, that's fair. It's a position you just showed? Yeah, but in a lot of positions, king g1 is well met by rook b2. Again, I'm just down in exchange. There's nothing to do. No, he did a very good job. I mean, I did give him an exchange in the opening, but still. Brutal. Off with my head. This was just... I can't believe I missed it. Make your own chessable course? The problem is I don't think I'm a great authority on anything in particular. Okay. Your turn, Rexport. Ugh, I'm elo negative. I hate being elo negative. What's the accuracy? I mean, for him it was like 85 and something. For me it was like, I don't know, a little less. I just gave him an exchange. A very obvious exchange. Now I spend my time going around punching dorks. Oh, so you've become the jock, the bully. It's correct that the cake that was in the fridge is eaten up again, but it was my brother. It's correct that historically I've been eating cakes there. That cake has been eaten there. It was my brother. It's correct that there's cake icing around my mouth. Planted there by my brother. It's correct that my brother moved to Switzerland 2 years ago. I'm actually just disappointed that you actually point out that they eating cake in the first place. I feel like this is a metaphor for something, but I'm slightly concerned to ask for what. I'm mildly concerned to ask what that's a metaphor for. Rexport said he wouldn't be here, so we can just go to Void. No, it's just pointing out that I didn't eat the Keiko's my brother. Fair enough. What am I reading? Either a copy pasta or a metaphor. This game is fun. Do it. My brain cells can't understand. What can your brain cells not understand, Red? Let's see what kind of game we got ourselves into. Let's see. It was a copy pasta and be correct grammar and wording. That's not true. I've seen a lot of copy pastas with incorrect grammar. I think that's part of the fun. See ya, Flex. Okay. Is this a move? Is this a move? It doesn't feel like it should be a move. Like, I believe you if you tell me it's a move, but it doesn't feel like it should be a move. You know what I mean? You told me about it before? I believe so, briefly. Makes some sense, I suppose. But it must be decent for black. Because there's only a few setups in the French where f4 is amazing, right? Maybe it was. Maybe it was. I think that was fake drama, though. That was like content. Think that's the King's Gambit? Rodwan, you'd be correct if black played e5. In this position, it's the King's Gambit. In this position, it's something else. It's confusing, though? I can see it. I mean, I don't play the French, so... Okay. c4 is an interesting move to play. I'm not sure if it's productive. What's the point? It's the Prince Gambit? I find that unlikely. French stuff, oui, oui, baguette, baguette. Exactly. C4 is no development. It wastes a tempo. Because look, you take on passant, but if, like, we played bishop e7 or something, and then you went d4, I could take anyway. It's the same exact thing. I mean, I guess you have the unique option of knight takes, but that's a dumb unique option. Like, that doesn't help your position. Trading pieces helps the one no space, who's black here. So, it just wastes a tempo. It does nothing. Croissant. Exactly. So, your opponent just gave you a tempo. Which, I mean, we'll take it. Queen c7. Is he castling long? Because, like, I've talked to him before about how in the French you can delay castling, but this isn't an example of that because this center is opening up immediately. Knight b2. Scary idea? Well, yeah, but there's not a non-scary idea in this position. b4 is nice. Like, b4 immediately asks the question, what are you doing when you're with your position? But I didn't like we c3? Yeah, no. That makes sense, but... The argument is like, okay, what's weak again? Are you really going to play, like, knight e8 or something? And then I can play c4. Because you could just push c4. Is that the Nemo turning from yesterday, where Castles Long is forced? Wait, there was a tournament yesterday where Castles Long was forced? I missed that. 98.1% game. Nice. b2, knight b3. Yeah, see, but the thing is you have b4 followed by c4. That's the thing. Like, c3 is weak, but you're almost immediately going to play c4. Knight a3, c4. Well, yeah, we take those anyway, Callum. Knight g7, knight b3, knight bishop b6. He takes f, she takes f. Yeah, like, what are you doing with your king? Okay, but now this I don't like as much. That I hate. But, like, Knight here, I don't understand. Because, like, here takes. What are you taking with? I suppose knight takes? I mean, Castle's Long is less scary in this position, to be fair. This trade must benefit black. Yeah, because I get to push e5 pretty quickly. I wouldn't say I'm good here. Like, I don't enjoy my position, but, like, it doesn't look as bad. I at least have a lot of activity. Like, here and then here, and, like, okay, we have a chess game. I don't know. Yeah, I have a Discord command now. I also have an ELO command. A4. Okay. Yeah, you type ELO and then somebody's name. You have to type a chess.com name, and then it'll give you the ELO of that person. So ELO and then a chess.com name. It used to only give my ELO, but I changed it. I made it more advanced. Ta-da! It's very fancy. Anyway. So yeah, black went for a diet version, but he hasn't traded pieces yet. Brutal. That F7 square is so weak in the French, man. That's such a... Ooh. See, look, it's pretty fancy. Anyway, knight f7, rook h8, queen d5. Yeah. Knight e7, knight d6 check, king c7, queen d5. Just look how strong the white pieces are here. This is pretty funny. Just setting up for the discoveries. Whoa! Oh, you want blood? Where's the knight? Where's the king go if here? Now bishop f4. I mean, I suppose it transposes, yeah. Yeah, I suppose it transposes. Yeah, but no, knight b4, knight b5. What's the quote? Even the boldest of kings flees from a double check. It's something like that. It's a Steinitz quote. Wilhelm Steinitz. Oh, it spelled Steinitz right the second time. I don't think is his chess.com name just Magnus? I mean, that kind of shows how strong Magnus is. It just gave you Jason parse errors. Ooh. Ooh. He got walked right into the center of the board. Magnus Carlsen. With the M at the end. Definitely the correct one. Yeah, Magnus is pretty strong. That Magnus guy, he can play a game of chess. That's kind of a pretty checkmate, actually. I like it. Brutal attack. Yeah, this is a weird opening. I kind of like it, though. I could see how it would be practical. Your opponent, C5, see, your opponent definitely played wrong. He played too fast. Unless he had theory for this position, he should have spent some time figuring out the dynamics. I always go f4 against the French. I could see it. I still wouldn't say it's very good, but it definitely is practical. Like, I'm sure it can win you a great deal of games. I just don't trust it from a principle perspective. Like, the d4 push really helps free up a lot of your pieces. and puts the question immediately to black's setup. And f4 doesn't put pressure the same way. You know? Like, even here, I can start asking you questions. It's not a boring opening, at least? I suppose. I mean, maybe this move's a little over-enthusiastic, but, like... It feels like white's position ends up a little... What's the word I'm looking for? Like, tied up, you know? Just knight f3? Okay, c5's probably optimistic, so let's say just knight c6, right? And I go for the normal plan. I'm going to play knight here, right? That's standard French stuff. c3, okay, I don't care. Then I go knight f5, if you let me. Or maybe knight g6. One of these two squares. I can't decide which one. Knight f5 might run into g4, so I probably want to go g6. Heck, maybe I can go to d5 in some lines. e4, e6, e5, d5, en passant layers. That is pretty funny. My man, I played a cheater. How'd it go? Knight f5 I can allow? Yeah, because you have g4. d3? Okay. Let's say knight f5. Okay, let's say you allow it. What now? What now, tough guy? d3 for black? Oh no, I'm not playing d3. Why on earth would I play d3? You taking here is bad for you. You get double backwards pawns on the d-file. I am not playing d3. I want you to take this. These two pawns will both be weak. Taking here gives you two weak pawns that you're going to have to defend for the rest of the game. There's no way I'm taking that. I'm not taking, nor am I pushing. Like, this is just weak. This is just capturable. Then bishop c4 and castles. Okay, hold on a second. Here, bishop c4. Okay, let's say I play knight f5, castles. Okay, let's get my bishop out. I like this move. Might not be best, but I can't help but feel this is totally fine, if not slightly better for black. I mean, I know the computer evaluation helps with that thought, right? But, like, white doesn't have any great strengths in this position. You don't have... You're saying you play d3 now as white? You can't play d3 here. Now I can take on c3 with check. You don't have time for d3. Castle's too early? No, castle's not too early. That's not the problem. The problem is they've overcommitted and undercommitted in the center. Like, this setup isn't terrible, but it's not necessary. g4 needs to be an option. g4 is an option even after you've castled. It's not in this position because I'm threatening this, but that's a different matter. The only thing I got is an open rook in the future. Yeah, but my knight's pretty well situated on f5. If you play g4, then I have knight h4 here. And in general, that just gives you a lot of overextended pawns on the king side. Because again, the justification of the f push and the g push is that the center is closed. King h1. Okay, king h1 first. Sure. Now, the computer's giving a bunch of recommendations here that I'm too stupid to know. I would play a6. Just for b5, bishop b7. Which is probably not correct, but... I'm just playing for development. Would have played h5? h5 might actually be good. a4? Wait. a6, a4? Maybe. But still, white doesn't have an advantage here. Where's your advantage? I actually like Callum's idea. I think h5 here to prevent g4. No, h5 is really good. I didn't think about that. Just preventing g4. Very simple. Yeah, no, but like, again, this just looks unpleasant for white. Because at some point I go bishop a7 followed by b5 or something, and I get a lot of activity. Maybe it's a pawn sack, maybe not. Depends on the position. D3 is actually something you can consider now as well. I don't know if it's good, but still, I kind of want you to take. I don't really want to play D3. Yeah, like, what do you play as white now? Well, yeah, but playing perfectly isn't my point. My point is that if your opponent sits down and thinks about it, I don't think it's impossible to find something like D4, right? If you work backwards, which is what I'm always saying. You work backwards. Okay, what does white want to play? D4. And that's the only way white justifies his entire structure. So C5 comes to mind, right? I suppose. Yeah, I'm probably thinking about classical too much, not about rapid. And C5 suggests itself as well, because you can't play D4. Or at least you don't want to. So even like this is probably not best, but it's still like kind of annoying. I would say this is easier. I probably wouldn't find D4 immediately, but C5, D4 doesn't look too difficult. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, bishop B5 after knight C6. Okay, wait. In the original D4 line, knight C3, F6, bishop B5. I don't think that changes my plan at all. I think I can still go bishop C5. Oh, the computer hates that. Yeah, I suppose takes, but I thought I could just play bishop a6 though. Maybe I'm being a little optimistic. I thought this looked good for me. Maybe I'm coping. I was trying to justify this. But yes, bishop's not very strong. Yeah. So that kind of shows how difficult it is to play these positions. No, you're right, you're right. E4 square for white knight. Yeah, but getting it there is nearly impossible. That's kind of the point. The point of this is getting the knight to e4 should be impossible. If it's not, then I could run into some problems. Okay, bishop d7 then. You know what? Bishop d7. Fine, d2. So you're saying pawn to d2, knight to e5? That's interesting. But are you not worried about e3? Or d5? Both of those squares. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Knight e7 maybe. And goes to e3, a knight. Like I put a knight in f5, a knight on d5 maybe. I'd go e3. Yeah, but like, the bishop takes is kind of the annoying part, but I'm just saying, like, as an idea moving forward. It still feels like your pieces are misplaced. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Wait. In this position, do I have takes? Ah, queen h5 is a problem. Yeah, queen h5 is a problem. Okay. Yeah, queen h5. Trade bishop e3. Yeah, but I don't go to e3 immediately. I'm saying I'm threatening it. d3, c3? Also, like, wait. Okay, so you're saying develop the bishop, bishop d7, d3, knight e7, c3. Okay, knight f5. No, you're saying... No. Like we're saying this. c3 is not good here, so it must be here. But now you don't have queen h5 anymore, so now I can take. See, I'm always threatening this captures as well. That's part of the problem. Again, Black bishop of white is close to useless. That's my point. Like, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. Either way, like Void said, it's probably not that difficult, not that easy to punish in Rapid. I just don't trust it. Just my heart can't. Also, thank you, Mr. Technician, for the follow. And I forgot to clap. Whoops. I don't trust it. But again, it's Rapid games, so. With C4s. But that's kind of the point here, is if you play, your opponent basically just pre-moved all the moves he's placed in the French. He didn't adapt at all. And if you don't adapt, so then this opening proves itself quite nicely. You know who I don't trust? Croats. Shocker. Also, do you want your turn now, Rexport? I mean, this has justified your entire position, right? Because your opponent spent a bunch of time doing nothing. Nah, it's fine. Okay. You know who I can trust? Myself. You can trust yourself. Thought I had a game, but I don't. Oh, okay. I can't trust myself. Neither. This makes sense. I don't think I could trust anybody. Life's scary. This is when I need to get a sponsor for some... This is when I need to get a sponsor. But you know who you can trust? And then sponsor plug. Hey. If you're anyone with a lot of money and little sense... This guy. I'm black? Gotcha. Vansh. You have to join the queue. You can't just send a challenge. I mean, you can, but I won't accept it because I have to, you know, keep some semblance of order. I am my own worst enemy. He sabotages me constantly. True. Either one, Red Gnaw. Either or. Exactly, Rex. That's what I'm saying. Ew, exchange French. Well, that's interesting. Very principled. Does he have like a Rook B8, Rook B1 tempo? I don't know. Either way. Can't be that bad. Takes feels wrong because after takes, pawn takes, he can push C4. And part of the fun in this position is the fact that he can't push C4 because of the way his pawns are messed up. You know, normally he could go B3 C4 or Rook C1 C4, but he can't do either of those in this position because of his pawns being doubled on the C file. So I don't want to take and give him the ability to play C4, right? Now, whether that means knight E4 or whether that means bishop G6, I'm unsure. I would play bishop G6, but that's a low bar, Void. Exchange French makes me depressed. The French in general makes me depressed, but this one much more. True. It's not Black's fault. Just had to come back in my life. Hey, congrats, God. And also, hello, Gloin. How long has it been? Also, how you been? Yeah, bishop G6, I feel like is just better. Because, again, the point is he can't push C4. Or he can, but the positions just aren't great. So I think taking is inaccurate, a mistake even. Yeah. Knight E4 might also be fine. Or heck, even bishop E4 makes some sense to me, but I like bishop G6. I would play bishop G6. When it's your turn, Mod1, I totally will. Either way. Okay, what's done is done. C6? Yeah, but now he gets this. Not now, but... B1, B6, B4, C5. Bishop D6. Ah. No more positional problems for white. None. Don't like it. I don't like it. DX, BX, Rook B7. I don't like it at all. Even if, like, the computer is saying that, that Black is fine in this position. I'm just saying from a human chess perspective, it's just not fun. It's not a pleasant position. A while. Managed to get chess category in Polish tournament. Hey. Congratulations. We take those. Oh, that's an obscure. Well, hey. Yeah, huge congrats. What the heck is this, Void? I am not famous. Embed views, my good sir. I am on Chess TV. Anyway, even if this is fine for the computer, I don't like this as a human. Rook d6, very good move. Bishop c7, queen... Oh. And he just blunders a piece. Let's go. Let's go. We take those. Being a sports fan is so fascinating. Currently, my entire mood for the week is based on if a guy gets like $20 million to play for the team I like, and that's just socially acceptable. Yeah, it's weird. I don't mind it, but... Yeah. Chess.com embeds. We stay winning. Well, that's fancy. Queen e6. Very nice, very nice. Clean. You did a very good job holding on in this position. I'm going to be real. Rook e6 is very good. A very important find. Every other move, I think, makes your position harder to play. Even c4, which the computer recommends. Can I play you? Exclam join to join the queue, and when it's your turn, you absolutely can. But I can't let people skip people. I personally don't mind it, but it's just a fascinating phenomenon to observe as someone involved in it. It is. It's one of those things that aliens would get weirded out about. Yeah, queue's pretty long today. What can I say? I'm just such a popular guy. I'm famous. Around the world. Every corner of the globe knows who I am. I'm so important. Very nice. Also, Void, the song's called Test the Bass, but it's got like no sub bass. Come on, if I'm going to test my bass, give me something like Tears by Skrillex and Joker. Or like Limit to Your Love, James Blake, you know? Or Parallax by, oh, I forget who that one's by. I have it on my playlist. Yeah, but if you notice, that sort of diet tribalism is like present in everything. And so the thing about sports is it's a relatively non-destructive way of doing it. Now I know in some places the sports go pretty crazy and people tend to get a little violent and rowdy, but that I don't think is as socially acceptable. At least it isn't in the societies I've lived in. Okay, Redna, you had a game you wanted to show me with a sacrifice. You like the song? It's a bit gimmicky. I don't hate it, but it's a bit big room house for me. No access to library collection. Mr. Na. It's a little open room house for me. Or big room house, not open. We're dom dom dom. Yeah, and just I don't mind a dom dom dom. It said you cannot accept the challenge from at this moment. What was your name, Red? No, I'll send you a challenge. Did you know Cillian Murphy knows who Isaac Wood is? I mean, I would expect him to. I don't mind Dom Dom Dom, but like, unique Dom Dom Dom. And he's a BCNR enjoyer. Now that I didn't know. Do we have proof? What's the proof? Did he like tweet? No, he doesn't tweet. Doesn't use social media. Cillian Murphy doesn't use social media, right? He stays out of the public eye in general, I think. What happened? Did someone spot him at he's a radio show on BBC? Cillian Murphy has a radio show? Wait, that's sick. And he talked about Isaac Wood? Wait, that's sick. some reason the challenge just disappeared. 8892. Or how to show. Bear Grylls? Like Bear Grylls? Bear Grylls? What are you sending me today, Void? Was he on the details of the show? I just know it existed. Give me a second, I had to tweet the clip of it. I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. Cillian Murphy is based. Ah, nice try. Trying to move order me. What's that game intro? It's sick. I think it's a new feature. I don't know if it's only for streamer mode or not, like when you're streaming, but it's nice. I like it. I think it's just kind of based. Oh, it is. Do I play D4 here? Give me a second. Part of me wants to play... I'm gonna... You know what? I'm gonna try it. What, posture check? Okay, fine. Be that way. Gosh. I think my posture was just fine before. Is my head cut out of the video? D4 looks right to me. Yeah, that means I probably shouldn't have played it. Get roasted. Get roasted. True? No, I meant it as a joke. I'll just be a simple guy and play a simple move. Like Bishop E7. Second. Knight C4. I'm assuming he's going to play at some point, but like Knight C6 is my response. I don't understand Bishop H4, but we'll see. You know, that makes perfect sense. Again, Cillian Murphy knowing who Isaac Wood is makes perfect sense. That's such an overlap. Cillian Murphy is so real for this. Cillian Murphy has always been real. That's the thing. Queen C7? Maybe. So now I'm curious what he's going to play. Yeah, because he has taste. Meanwhile, I'm listening to Happy and You Know It dubstep version. But like, not dubstep, bro step. Now he also has an Oscar. Which, it's crazy that it took this long. He's a phenomenal actor. Phenomenal actor. I can't speak. Again, least hot take of all time, but... I need to listen to, I need to watch more movies with him. You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to play takes on C4 first. And then when bishop takes, I want to play queen takes. Because I think this knight doesn't have a good square. Okay, there we go. That was fast. Okay, give me a second. You know what? I'm going to take... Yeah, no, this is right. Again, and now my plan was to go bishop h4 check. And after g3, play bishop 8 and play queen h5. And I feel like I'm just slightly better. I'm not saying it's too much, I'm just saying it's inevitably what we get to in Twitch stream. It's the inevitable endpoint, that's all I'm saying. Just gonna see if I can't infiltrate. Took like an hour 15 to get to slavery? Yeah, I know. It's actually like a new record. I'm shocked. I'm surprised it took this long. That's a pawn. Yep. Chess.com embed views. Bottom text. C3 check, D2 check. What? Let's get some active pieces. I don't really want to trade queens here. I feel like my queen is just significantly more active than yours. Maybe I'll trade queens eventually, but I wanna wait a little bit, make you squirm. You know? You know what I mean, guys? Problem is I don't think I can force anything. I think I'm a day late and $1 short. That's what I think. Who has heard of the new Assassin's Creed TV series? I heard that that's a thing that they were doing, but I don't know anything about it, outside of it being a thing that they were trying to do. Which... I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but I don't have the most faith. Probably. Probably. It's forever until I decide that's too cheap, which I think it's not too cheap. I think it's okay. It's just gotten released. Is it good? You're $1 short. I'm $1 tall. We aren't the same. No, we aren't. Not 500. No. 500's way too cheap. I am not interested in scamming myself. Far too cheap. Have you seen any of it, Rod One? Am I wrong? Is it good? Is there a way to buy Alco Bucks? No, that's against Twitch terms of service. Unfortunately. So I have to go to crypto if I want to scam y'all. What do you mean how? In the Twitch terms of service, it talks about how you can't make bits exchangeable for goods or services. Can I sell Alco Bucks? I'm pretty sure that's also against terms of service. Gotta pull Logan Paul? Exactly. I mean, honestly, why not, right? I just do it, and then I come back 3 years later, say I've changed, not pay anyone back, and so I'm rich, and everybody likes me. Genius. Genius. What's your favorite Logan Paul crypto scam? I hate that that's a valid question. Like, I hate the fact that there are enough of them that it makes sense to ask that. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate that that's where we are as a society. Emphasis on the sus. His background song is nice. I'm playing right now. Let me check. Oh yeah, Roby's based. Good guy. Highly recommend you check out his music. I would say he's on Twitter too much, but he's on Twitter just the right amount. Wait, how do I pronounce that? Give me a second. I'm trying to thank you for the follow. Give me one moment. Yo, Nathan. You're... It Sky? How close was I? The fact that still has a following is crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Before the crypto scam stuff started, I actually did believe that he had changed and improved. I'm not gonna lie to you. After the crypto scams I was done, I was like, oh yeah, no way, right? But before the crypto scams, I actually kind of bought it. I think most did. Well, that's not an excuse. King of She looks wrong? It does. Hey, what's up, Pushkar? We're chilling. Talking about Logan Paul scams because we're on the internet, right? And so, like, in order to really become a based content creator, I have to talk about Logan Paul eventually. No, yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, years after the Japan incident, when he had, like, you know, impulsive and he was just kind of doing things and existing and not being a terrible person, or at least not being openly a terrible person. I assume he was being a terrible person behind the scenes, but maybe that's just my bias of thinking that that contradictions that struggle to exist. Obviously, the Japan incident was insanely terrible, but, you know. I believe in second chances to an extent. Man, it's so close to something nasty in this position. But I just don't see enough schnast. That was sickening? Yeah, just horrible. Just horrible. You know what? I'm just going to play h5 first. I think it's a good move. Yeah, no, absolutely terrible. There's no, like, justification for that whatsoever. Obviously. I almost can cook in this position. But there's just barely not enough sauce. This position has so much potential energy just floating around in it. Just so much potential energy. Like, I might just be able to take on b2. I think I want to try taking on b2 because it looks simple. I don't see how he punishes it. No, yeah, obviously terrible. But it's just, I don't know. I don't know. People can be stupid. You know? Hasn't been a good YouTuber controversy in a while now. Yeah, you're right. Hasn't been good drama in a hot minute. I think everyone's just scared and is like retreated into the woodwork. Ever since like the H-Bomber guy stuff. So they're like, oh, here we go. Oh no, it's the consequences of my actions. You know what I mean? So I feel like people aren't as willing to be insane. Completionist was the last one. Yeah, and that one was kind of lame. See a rucksack? I don't think it works. Maybe there's a rook sack, but is there a rook sack that works? That's the question. Queen g7, f5? Yeah, those are my two options. I mean, f5 blunders mate on the spot, because queen a8 is checkmate. Or mate in 1, technically, because I play queen b8. So f5 isn't a move that I can play. So it has to be queen g7, right? They went to kick? Yeah, basically, all the terrible people went to kick. Because there, they don't have to deal with petty morality. Which, I mean, fair enough, I suppose. Yeah, but, like, that's old news. That hasn't been, like, modern in a long time. Yeah. And that's been, like, public for a long time. So I mean, like... Caro terrible? Okay, you're right. I shouldn't say terrible. I should say the people who don't concern themselves with the ethics of their content. That's the way I should word that. You're right. Terrible person isn't fair. What did Hikaru do? Nothing. He's just went to Kick because they gave him money. Which, the purpose of Kick as a platform is to funnel people into crypto gambling. And so he's effectively taking money to funnel his viewers into crypto gambling, and I don't think that's ethical. Like I said, I'm not saying he's a terrible person. Like I said, I think that was an unfair way of saying it. You're right. But he doesn't concern himself with the ethics of his content. Teach their own, right? It's not, rational minds may differ. Yeah, that was interesting-ish, but it was kind of just someone trying to bait views, though. It wasn't that interesting. Queen f3 I like. Oh yeah, queen f3, queen f2. There's just, the entire position fell apart at that point. Okay, let's see what happened. So, as a big streamer with an audience who is going to kick for the money, you don't, like... Again, Kick can't be economically sustainable, right? It can't be. It's impossible. It runs on the same servers that Twitch does. But since Twitch is owned by Amazon, who owns the servers, then Twitch is getting a better deal on them. So if Twitch isn't making money with a stricter model, with more advertisers, because they have stricter moderation, with more aggressive splits, with a larger audience, and with a cheaper platform cost, Kick definitely isn't making money. It must be burning money. Yeah, Twitch was bought by Amazon. They bought Twitch mostly for the technology, right? But same difference. So, Kick cannot be making money. It is impossible. There's no universe where Kick is making money. It must be losing copious amounts of money. And so, that begs the question, why does it exist? I know Trainwrecks is like one of the co-founders or something, but he doesn't have enough money to sustain it. And so as soon as you look into it, you say, oh, it was founded by a bunch of crypto gambling people. And suddenly it makes sense. That's an infinite money spigot. The return on investment for people for gambling, for crypto gambling, is insane. Because you get one person addicted to gambling, congratulations. You've got, like, their entire, like, living. Yeah, try and take the place of Twitch, but, like, not really. Hi, Pigeons. MatPat leaving just made me kind of sad. Yeah, that wasn't drama. He's just like, hey, guys, I'm done. Ciao. There's no drama there. It was pretty dramaless. They're not trying to take the place of Twitch, because they don't care. That's not their goal. Someone rated you? No. It was, chess.com embed viewers. Embed. Embedded. Embed. Doesn't like it. Yeah, I think you're right. Queen c7 was probably better. I just felt like this was bad. I didn't want to have to deal with this. Either way. So Twitch can't be making money. Not Twitch. Kick can't be making money. Because Twitch is either losing money or barely profitable. So, yeah, it's based. See me got big head? Yes. Castles evidently is correct here. Wow. Okay, so if takes... No, wait, takes I include bishop c4. Aha! Okay, I didn't see that. Wait, what if he takes on b7? Knight h5. Wow. And let's say I'm stupid. Wow. And now I can play... Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I did not see this. I did not see this at all. Just rook b8 probably works, though. Yeah, but it's that... You don't even have to. It's even way better. Engine crazy? Absolutely. Interesting. Okay, so I just took because I'm a coward. I took and played castles. I considered playing check first. I couldn't decide if it was good. It probably should have, but I was like, eh, and so I didn't. Shame on me. Anyway. I castled, and then a3, a6, queen d2, b5. Ooh. You know what? I was calculating this move, but I thought he had bishop takes e7. The bishop hangs. The bishop hangs at the end. No, but he just retreats the bishop. Oh, and I get b2. Okay, I saw this far, but I completely missed that I could take on b2. Is that not good for me? How many pawns am I up? I'm up 2 pawns. Okay, well, I guess I'm up 2 pawns. Fraggle, thanks so much for the follow. Howard Alco, true. Yeah. I missed that I could take out the end of, on the end of the line. I did calculate this far, but I missed that I could take on b2. Which is important because then it's 2 pawns and then, like, it justifies itself at the end, right? I thought I'd take your bishop and threaten queen. Yeah, you can, but then I take your queen anyway because after you take my queen, I take your bishop on c4, right? And my knight's no longer attacked, so you have to retreat your bishop. And in so doing, you allow me to take on b2. And that's just 2 pawns. And you have a terrible knight. Worth it. Do you have a girlfriend? Unfortunately not. Forever alone. I'm streaming chess on Twitch. What do you think? Who's next? It'll be me and the homies. You know, see, yeah, it makes sense in hindsight. You know, once the computer shows it to you. And then this is correct, because after takes, knight a5. c3. Oh, I take with check. I take with check here. That makes sense. If you play b takes, then I can take your knight. Yeah, so I just win a piece. Yeah. But I took and went queen h4. Which is only like -2, but honestly, it's not that bad. I'm still much better, but now this is even worse. King f2 is interesting. I thought you could just castle, and I was trying to figure out what I could do next. I was trying to justify f5 in this position, but I didn't think it worked. Watching makes me stronger. That's the goal. I'm gonna castle long to bring my other rook. Castle's long is scary, though. Castle's long, you're inviting me. First off, this is, like, scary. Playing c3, super duper scary. Additionally, you're inviting me to take here and here, and then give me 2 connected passers. It looks real suspicious. I don't trust it at all. Because if you defend this pawn somehow, so you defend it with d or something, like, check, and then rook b5, and the other rook comes to b8, that looks miserable. So I'm closing it down? How? How do you close it down? That's the problem. If you could close it down, then even f6 is a move then? Oh, I'm sure. Like, if you could close it down, then maybe you'd be okay. You're pawn down, so you're suffering. Oh, no, you're not pawn down yet. Okay, maybe if you could close it down, you could be okay. But I have the open b file. You can't play b3. That's the kind of the problem. That's why I took the bishop earlier, is because I get the open b file. And so castle's long, you can't close anything. You can close chess.com, but then I'll win by timeout. Then here I was unambitious. Rook b1 takes b2. Kill him. I was unambitious. I just took material. Like a coward. Yeah. Rook xc4, queen f2, king e4, rook e1, rook fe8, rook takes, rook e1, g6, king g2. I'm surprised you didn't take. I was really expecting, like, takes, and then, like, something, I don't know. Some queen move, like queen c5 or something, queen a7. Queen b6. I was expecting, like, takes, queen b6. This is what I was expecting. Is this a draw? Yeah, probably. Black's for choice. But not by much. I just have a tempo extra pretty much, but it's not nearly enough. Yeah, bro, most likely a draw. But king g2, I didn't feel right about. Now, evidently you win here after rook d8, which I didn't think you won, but rook d8, king g7, rook e7. Oh, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. And I can't defend it. And I don't have f5 either because the rook is pinning my king. Yeah, I missed that you have rook check and then rook e7. I saw rook e7 and I was not afraid. Because I was like, oh, I can push the f-pawn. But you can check me first and then play rook e7 and I can't push the f-pawn, and so I'm just losing a pawn. Whoops. Yeah, thankfully for me, I missed it. That's okay. Do you want to play f3? Rook c1, king h2, queen d4. And see, now this is really difficult for white as a human. Like, again, objectively, you're probably surviving. But, like, as a human... h5, king h3. Objectively surviving, but... I don't want to play this. I don't know anyone who wants to play this. Who on earth would want to play this as the white pieces? Queen takes b2. Yeah, I'd like to queen g7 check, evidently. That makes sense. Okay, queen takes b2. What do you do? Rook b7, queen g7, queen a1, king h7, and then queen e8 was a mistake. The reason it was a mistake, why was this a mistake? I'm not talking tactics, tell me spiritually. Why does the tactic exist? Spiritually, why does this tactic exist? The F file? No. No. That's bad, but not ultimately terrible, because I can't take advantage of the F file super strong either. The F file is not the problem. The reason why this is spiritually losing is because, no, spiritually, tactically it's rook f1. Which is what I play in the game. But why? Leaves the rook an option to defend? No, because your queen is terrible. This queen is very active. It's doing something. You move the queen. You take, the queen's still active. Queen back to f3, the queen's active. This queen is doing nothing. Completely passive. Out of the game. Blocked by its own rook. It's not doing anything. It doesn't have any good squares to go to. Half of its squares are blocked off. Terrible piece. Just a terrible piece. So you took your strongest piece on the board and made it terrible. Queen f3 forced a draw? Probably. Because what was I supposed to do? I don't have anything better than king g8. I have to play king g8, right? If I play king g8, I'd protect f7. I can't do anything else. Aiden Ross getting Andrew Tate is funny because it harkens to Lord protect me from my friends because I can protect myself from enemies. Haha, true. Don't forget the opening request. Already did. What opening request was it? Too late. Already forgot. Scotch. Thank you. Can't I play g4 to trade pawns to open the king? In what position? Here, after king h8? Yeah, but whose king is getting opened after g4? Is it yours or is it mine? Don't think the answer is that obvious. I think it's entirely possible your king is the weak one. Because, like, lop, and what do you take with? It does not look comfortable. What do you take with? Well, yeah, the eval bar shows it now, but like, why? The eval bar doesn't tell you why. The eval bar doesn't explain to you. King h2? Okay, king h2, fair enough. Rook takes c2 check. Evidently, g takes f3 is better, just taking your queen. But, whatever. Lop. Your queen's hanging. My guy. If you take with queen, I play queen f6. If you take with king, I play f5. You are going to die. You open up your own king. So, good question. But it's because you open up your own king more than you open up my king. Because you don't need to get rid of the h-pawn, right? If the h-pawn was off the board, it doesn't benefit your position that much. It only benefits if you can, like, play h5 or something. But even then, it's not ultimately that clear if h5 helps that much. I take, and h5 didn't really do anything. So, getting rid of my h-pawn, even if we just remove it from the board in this position, doesn't really benefit you that much. I mean, obviously, you'd rather. Might as well move first. Because chess is racist. Next question. Rook f1, king g2, queen f6, and GG. Ciao. And it's, yeah. Computer's calling forced mate in 25. Because it's a computer. And I'm calling bad position. Exactly. Eurocentrism. From equal to lost. Yup, because you prioritized funny tactic over active piece play. And that's a chess sin. And Kaisa chopped your head off. Okay, now, who's next? Homies. Is Homie still here? I think he's still here. Yep. I appreciate you reminding me. That would be the Scotch. Okay, I can do that. Anyway, have fun. I'm going to be sleeping passive in bed. Do it. I'm here? Yes, you are. Actually, I play as white, so I can play a Scotch. What happens if he plays like a Sicilian or something? Lob, have you looked into a book called Keep It Simple D4? No, I have not. I have a book for the Catalan I'm pretty happy with, and everything else I just improvise. I love that. It's so fun. What do I play against the Sicilian? Void. Then just A3? Okay. You got it. Bishop C4. Am I playing B4? I'm playing B4, right? I think I'm playing B4. You want funny gambit? Not B4? Oh. A3, bishop C4? What's the point? Bishop C4, okay. I'll just wing it after move 2? Sure. There's a funny gambit? Yeah, B4 is a funny gambit. It's actually pretty hard to play as black. Now, given, you can just play G6, move 2, and avoid the entire thing, and it's bad. But, like, again, A3 in this position, you can just play G6, and you get a better version of the dragon. G6 in this position isn't as good since I'm not playing B4, but, it's still fine. Yeah, because look, you just get a slightly beneficial version of the dragon. Because you haven't wasted a tempo playing d6. What's the most known gambit? I have no idea. You know what? I'm not going to waste a tempo on d3 yet. I'm going to play f4. What's your next move? King's Gambit, probably. Maybe Queen's Gambit. King's Gambit and Queen's Gambit are the two of the most famous. G6 and A3 is near refuted. White has to play Bishop C4 just by A3 and take the Bishop on A2, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and even then, it's just a bad Sicilian. It's a bad dragon. As a dragon player, I can tell you, that is a bad dragon. Not the Danish. Either King's Gambit or Queen's Gambit. The Danish is very well known. Danish, very famous. But it's like... it's not as famous as the King or Queen's Gambit. That's why I'm making him play. Well, that's kind of rude. What if we make Alco play a bad opening? How about the Alien Gambit? The Alien Gambit's a meme opening. It's known by Zoomers on YouTube, but it's not known by any, like, older chess players. So, like, I've explained before that there's a generational gap in chess here, where it's, like, really young and really old. The really old people will never have heard of the Alien Gambit before, right? Pendiculation. What does that mean? Non-chess players know the Queen's Gambit. You ask them about the Danish, they'll think you're a nerd. True! I mean, played 1g4 once. I'll play anything. Oh no, you're absolutely right, Callum. Never heard about the Danish Gambit? Danish is fun. The act of yawning and stretching at the same time. I like that. Okay, so. What's our plan? How do we improve our position? Well, I want to play f5. Actually, can I play f5 right now? Why not? Yeah, so, but that still makes the Queen's Gambit very famous. Danish where you give up 3 pawns, right? I don't remember off the top of my head, if I'm being honest. Knight g3 first? Nah. Why? Like, why? I'm already guarding with the rook. I don't need to waste the tempo. Because ideally, in a perfect world, I would play g4. I can't play g4, but I really want to. And so, knight f5 looks nice. Well, yeah, but like, now look at this position. Come on. Now I get knight f4. Who's more powerful, the king or the queen? Well, queen's more powerful, but the king's more necessary. Look at this void. Come on, you can't tell me this doesn't look beautiful. And he doesn't even have like a knight a5 at some point, because I just took the bishop on a2, and I've justified my entire idea. Lop. I don't hate it? What do you mean you don't hate it? This is amazing. Now, given, you could probably play like rook e8 followed by like d5 or something, but like, it doesn't mean the position's not amazing for me still. I'm getting stomped in our daily game right now. What can I say, Jack? What can I say? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? Lop. Huh. You know, normally I'll play this, but I'm trying to figure out if bishop e6 is a move that he can play. Because if it is, I don't really want to. You know what we do? We take his rook. No. I've got a better idea. Yeah. I've got a better idea. No, I don't have a better idea. Yes, I do have a better idea. Knight takes. Bishop d5 isn't wrong, right? No, definitely not. I like the threat. I like making him have to think about this. Discovery ideas? Yeah. Yeah. Now maybe it's bad because he has bishop e6, but I'm not convinced. Something about bishop e6 feels wrong. The vibes. They're off. Now, my opponent's probably going to be like, vibes? What do you mean vibes? Piece is hanging, right? Bishop d4 is an idea? Bishop d4 doesn't look too scary. I just played bishop e3. And you've helped me develop my last piece. Yeah, this is obviously the challenge. So my big idea was like takes this is a terrible idea, so don't let me cook. But knight in the center is strong though, bishop in the center. Yeah, bishop e6 is the only problem, so maybe bishop takes is better to avoid bishop e6. Pros are so silly, funky little guys. Yeah. What I love is that I've heard, I don't know how true it is because I haven't fact-checked it, but I've heard that you can, like, befriend crows. And they're, like, smart enough that you can not domesticate them, but basically domesticate them. c3, bishop f4. We don't calculate, bro. We play off vibes. Exactly. Thank you, Gongon, for explaining to him how this works. A group of crows is called a murder. Exactly. Yes, I want to do that so bad. So do I. Low-key. You know, you can, like, give them things and they'll get to know you. Crows bring you little shiny gifts in exchange for food. That's exactly what I mean. Whoa. That's playable? I mean, I suppose it's not immediate. I find that hard to believe. He can do that? That's why I said c3. I don't trust it though. I think this is a bad move. I'm not going to prevent my opponent from playing a bad move. It's chess 101. Getting a crow friend would be sick? Yeah. Doesn't your rook get in now? Yeah, I don't trust it. I don't trust this at all. Rook f1 also looked tempting. I couldn't decide between the two if I'm being honest. I'm in Wales. Seagulls are our pros. Well, can you domesticate seagulls? / serious? Man. My heart tells me that there's a tactic here somewhere. I mean, I could just play queen e4, right? Like, what's he threatening? Can you go knight e2? No, knight e2 doesn't help him at all. Just play king h1. And he doesn't get any better squares. Wait, hold on a second. Queen e4, knight e2, king h1, bishop takes e5. No, I take with check. Never mind. Yeah, no. There's a guy who kind of domesticated a seagull on TikTok. That sounds like TikTok. Bishop d4, rook b7. No, bishop d4 comes with check, so I have to play king h1, and then he has time to play b6. Which probably wins a piece for me after, like, knight f6 followed by bishop takes e6, but I don't want to win a piece, I want to win the game. Feeding him for a couple years, but crows are funkier than the seagulls. They are. Crows are emo, and that's cool. Nah, low-key, I totally want to domesticate a crow. Can you do an Irish accent? No. I really wish I could. Irish accents are some of my favorite. I think they sound beautiful. There's a few accents I really like. I really like Irish. I really like Australian. I really like South African. I like the Southern drawl, but like the Savannah Southern drawl. Russians, I can take it or leave it. That's a funny move. I like that. I like that move a lot. That's hilarious. Like Icelandic and German? I don't think I've heard enough Icelandic to have an opinion. German, I can get behind. That's so funny. He wants Queen E1 mate if I take on B2. You know what? I respect it. Bishop D4? Maybe. Bishop D4, Bishop D4, King H1, Bishop takes D5. Bishop takes D5, and that's got to be winning. Right? Bishop D4, Bishop D4. Yeah, I don't see a way for him to hold on to everything. I think so. Egyptian. I also haven't heard enough Egyptian to have an opinion. I like French as a language spoken fluently. I can see that. I don't like the... When I say accent, I mean accent speaking English, right? So French, I think it sounds neither here nor there. I have like some French accents that I've heard. Rook F1? Rook F1's possible. Take his bishop, you won't. You're right, actually. You are correct. I will not. French, can't pronounce R. Well, it depends on the French person, you know. As an accent like Southern? Oh yeah, the Southern accent's great. Which Southern? Do you mean like a drawl or a... Oh, what's the other one? Twang. Like Texas or like Georgia? More twang? Okay, Texas. All French can't pronounce R's. It's not easy for them. They gotta practice it. Well, yeah, but some people practice is my point. Tu parles le français? Yeah, but just because you don't have it in your language doesn't mean you can't pronounce it. English, American English doesn't roll any R's, but I can kind of roll my R's in Macedonian. I can't speak English and I grew up speaking it. Oh, yeah, but it depends on the person. That's what I'm saying. It varies. It varies. Can't speak. Oh, come on. There's got to be something here. Where is it? I see it. I see it. Oh, stuttering. Oh, come on. Native English speakers stutter. That's the... I wouldn't even say that counts. That doesn't even count as not being able to speak a language or struggling with the language, I don't think. 97? No, knight f6. And there's a very important reason it's knight f6 and not 97. Watch this. Come on. Come on, guys. Yeah. And the funny thing is it works even if he goes to h8. The same thing works because then I'm threatening rook takes a7. Same problem. I haven't fully calculated it, but I'm pretty sure this is just winning. Come on, guys. You got to admit this is beautiful. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I want. So I'm doing Russian in college, but I want to learn Greek in my spare time. But I can't do two languages at the same time. Well, it's three since I'm still learning Macedonian. So yeah, I appreciate it. Come on. Can't take the queen? It's checkmate. Wonder. It's checkmate. On. Learn Arabic? Nah, I want to learn a language I would use. It's checkmate on f7. Look at that. Oh. I love chess. Really, I can speak 3 and I can kind of make it work with French. So not that impressive. I'd say it's pretty impressive. Check bishop f6. Bishop f6, I play rook f7 anyway. And after you move the king to g8-1, I play rook f6. And I still win. Because it's check. And so you have to go to either g7 or h8. And if you go to h8, then I take on f5 and I'm threatening queen e5 checkmate. So bishop f6 doesn't work either. I calculated that. I actually calculated this time. This time I calculated. Look, I'll show you. Bishop takes, check, king g8, rook takes f6. If rook f7, then rook f7 check, and then I either mate you or I take on f5 with check. And if you go to h8, then I take on f5, or I can take on a8. But this is what I calculated. I didn't calculate takes on a8, but I calculated takes f5 because now I'm threatening queen e5 checkmate, and I think it's unstoppable. It looks unstoppable. Maybe he has h5. No, he doesn't. I have rook f7. Yeah, no, he doesn't. Yeah. No, he doesn't. Yeah, no, it wins. He does not have h5. But, like, in this position, worst case scenario, I take the rook. Like, come on. And I'm up a rook and a bishop. So, I didn't calculate mate in this position because I wasn't sure about after h5 exactly how to checkmate. But, like, I'm up a rook and a bishop. I'm not exactly worried about if I'm going to win this game. You know? Okay, let's analyze the full game. c5, a3, knight c6, bishop c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7. So far, so good. All makes sense. All totally rational stuff. Then I played a little goofy with f5 early. Slovenian, English, and Bosnian. That's pretty cool. e6. FX g6, FX g6, knight f4. So it was bishop f4 is better, evidently. Yeah, because d6 was weak as well. Okay, that makes sense. I was considering bishop g5, but bishop f4 I didn't think about. But yeah, that is amazingly weak, and there's not really a good way of defending it because you don't really want to move a bishop back. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I didn't see that. Okay, so I played knight f4, d5. Yeah, d5. I was expecting rook e8, and then in this position I was still calculating. I hadn't decided what I was going to play. I was tossing around some ideas, but I couldn't think of anything on the spot. But d5, I just take. Yeah, okay, so bishop takes was better. Bishop takes was better because of bishop e6. Also, for the record. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, he's back. For the record, rook takes f1 first. That way, after bishop e6... none of the tactics are as scary anymore because you've removed my queen from being able to go to e2, and you've also traded off pieces, and my rook can't get in as easily as your rook can. So trading off rooks first benefits you in this position. And like knight f6, I get my material back, but in this position, I'm up a pawn. It's not clear. But do a better development, more active pieces. I don't know. Oh no. So, rook takes first was better. I did used to play e4. I played it for a long time. I played it till I reached about 1850 elo, and then I kind of got tired of it. Half because the opening I was playing with e4 at the time, which is the Vienna, kind of dried up a little bit. Turns into kind of an endgame opening. Thank you, Corn, for the follow. And partially because I just didn't find an opening I liked against the French. And so I was like, okay, if I have to learn a new main opening and I have to find something that I like against the French, which I hadn't found anything, I'd tried so many times, I might as well just switch openings. And I had someone, stronger player, like a 2200 FIDE at the time, who was playing in a tournament with me, or I were playing on the same team, and I was rooming with him. So I was like prepping with him, and he prepped knight f3 move 1 to play into a English. And so I started looking at knight f3 because I was like, why not? And I kind of fell in love. Vinny has dog if they know one move, not gonna lie, you have nothing. Yeah, no, I know. King takes f8. King takes is suspicious. King takes, you let my pieces in with check. Queen takes is much more sound. Queen takes, I really don't have anything. I'm kind of coping. Yeah, it's easy to forget. Rook takes, king takes. So now I get queen f3, king g8, and bishop c3. Okay, so evidently c3 is best. Because knight d4 is evidently the move. Wow, knight d4. That's interesting. Interesting. See, I did say c3. I don't care. I was inspired, okay? Bishop takes b2 is wrong because I get rook b1, knight d4. Good attempt, queen e4. You're losing. Now bishop takes d4. So bishop f5 is a blunder. Evidently, if you take here, I have nothing. Which I believe it, but I'm shocked because I was sure that this was amazing for me. Queen takes a3. I guess my back rank's too weak. But that's crazy, man. I have nothing? Wow. I was sure I had something here. I was like thinking like, oh, I could play h4 and like, evidently I'm wrong though. Wow. Rook h7. Rook h7 doesn't work yet. It gives me a perpet, but nothing more. I just don't have enough material on the board to mate him. And I don't have time to take because I get mated on the back rank. And even if I did have enough time to take, that would just be a pawn and an opposite color bishop as an endgame. Not enough. Crazy. But bishop f5 allowed for the brilliancy. Now, evidently, knight f6 check works as well. But rook takes... But knight f6... Yeah. And then... Rook takes b7. Queen takes b7 was better. I don't care. I literally don't care. Computer, you stupid. This is when the computer's objectively wrong. Okay? Because the computer will tell you that queen takes b7 is the best move. The computer is wrong. Both queen takes b7 and rook takes b7 are forced mate. One of them is a queen sack, the other one is not. Very clearly, rook takes b7 is better. Additionally, if king h8, I can almost do the same thing. I'm not sure, because I'm not sure after bishop takes f6 here. This one I hadn't calculated out. This one I was still considering. Yeah, after king h8, I have to play queen takes. Because I have to also attack the rook as well as the mate. Because I have to be able to take here when you play bishop takes. What was the not good news? Yeah, so. King f8, rook takes b7. And then I appreciate you giving me the mate. Sockfish does not have that dog in him. You are absolutely correct. And now, what a beautiful end. Because look, all of my pieces working together. Probably not signing the guy. Ooh. I love sports because we be miserable together. Exactly. Misery is bad. Collective misery, also probably bad, but less bad. Wow, 220 viewers? Yeah, that chess.com, chess TV time. Rotating chess TV time. We take it. Look at this. Wanna do. Look. Look. In bishop f5. Okay? Okay? Knight f6. King f8. Rook takes b7. Huh? Huh? Come on. Come on. And takes queen, rook f7, checkmate. And if takes knight, I can go here, here, and then no matter where you go, I just take this. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Having manic episodes. You're riding high 1 second, then you're miserable. True. And I'm sure you would know. One moment. Share stream. In his walls already? Really? A friend? I don't know why everyone goes on and on about parasocial relationships. I don't, like, are you supposed to do them solo? In my mind, a pair of socials is like the minimum number. Because if it's one, it's no longer social. Am I right? We behaved. I'm proud of you. Okay, Wonder, it's your turn. Exactly, I'm telling you. How can I have a parasocial relationship but I can't even have a normal one? A social one. Exactly, you see my point here. You see what I'm saying? Did Wonder King leave? I don't think so. This is a frustratingly complex position. You guys have relationships? That's the point. No. Delusionship. Yeah, let's go. Delusionships, the best kind of relationships. It's Rad One's turn. Which I think he was here just a second ago, was he not? Maybe I'm misremembering. Delusionships. How to start the challenge? Tell me your chess.com name. And your social security number. Mother's maiden name. Childhood pet. Address you grew up on. Credit card number. Expiration date and that 3-digit number on the back. What the heck is this song? Where did I get it from? I thought I tagged all my music. Why is this music not tagged? It's unknown by unknown. Thanks. I have to actually figure that out. I'll give them all you. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Vengeance. This is the guy who did the We Need Jungle, I'm afraid. That was a good one. Okay, that'll do. I bet. Let's go. Try stalking, but make it obvious. There you go. See? That's called romance. We're learning so much today. Book talk romance for real? Yes. Precisely. Not the worst advice I got? Well, yeah, of course. Bad advice is like the point. If it's good advice, it's not good advice. You know what I'm saying? Mine is a good advice. Yours is also a good grammar. Taking here is incorrect. Thank you. You're very welcome. Maybe if she sees me in her peripheral constantly, she'll have to acknowledge me. No. It's the mere exposure effect, right? Just by being a constant presence in her life, eventually, right? Eventually your presence will be pleasant. Calming even. Right? It's science. You can't argue with science. Have you watched V for Vendetta? No, I have not. Although, I'm going to be honest, I have more interest in reading the comic than I do watching the movie. Because I read Watchmen and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Manipulation stream? Exactly. That's every stream? Shh. You don't want the cops? You want the cops to be honest. Oh yeah, my dad is on board with this. Why did I laugh at that? Do you agree with anarchism? No. I wish I did. Unironically true? If so, that's hilarious. If not, it's also kind of hilarious. But that's a different kind of hilarious. Any reason? I just don't think it works. Like, I mean, like, what's the point? Why? What does anarchism do that is better than other systems? It just immediately disintegrates into the worst version of another system. It's just fun? Ah, never mind. I forgot. Goofy pilled. I have to go. Have a good one, fish. You too, Rexpor. Always a pleasure. Didn't immediately disintegrate? Really? I was 2000 once. Everyone's totally free in anarchism? Yeah, but freedom and liberty, right? The whole point is you have to find the point between the two where you want to be. That was a good Lee chess bullet. Exactly. It might be a stupid move. Also, hello, Beats. Welcome back. Do you know Guy Fawkes? Isn't he the person in V for Vendetta? I mean, and also real life, right? But that's like what V for Vendetta was based off of. Was Guy Fawkes' attempted revolution. So I wouldn't say I personally know him. Like, we don't go out to lunch every Tuesday, you know him? I would like to. Sounds like an interesting guy. But he was Catholic. So do you still like him? Wait, did I like him to begin with? Even before I thought he was Catholic? And I told you, my best friend's Catholic. Like, I mean... I don't just automatically hate Catholic. George Orwell wrote a book about fighting in the Spanish Civil War and the society that came after, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to read it. Because I don't know enough about Spanish anarchism to give a educated statement. I mean, trying to kill a Protestant king. Well, yeah, there can be bad Protestants just like there can be good Catholics. I don't... like, just because someone claims, like, verbally says that they share the same religion that I do, doesn't mean I think that they're a good person or that I support them no matter what. Now, I don't blame you for believing that, because unfortunately, I feel like Protestants in the West don't have an amazing record with that, but that's beside the point. He is trying to start beef in the 1600s. I respect it. You got to bring out the classic beef, you know what I'm saying? Life's a lot more complicated. Mask is very cool. Exactly. You see? There's more to life than religion. There's also cool masks. POV being the only Muslim in the chat? It doesn't matter. But that's my point. Well, like, it matters, obviously, but my point is, it's not the only thing I'm going to focus on. Oh yeah, did you check the song? Yes. And I listened to it, and then I was like, okay, this is fun. And I recognized the guy. I'm like, oh, I need to listen to his jungle mix. You know, We Need Jungle, I'm Afraid, because that goes hard. And so I listened to We Need Jungle, I'm Afraid. Do you have that mask? I don't think I do. Again, I haven't watched the movie, nor have I read the comic. Again, I want to read the comic at some point. Although, to be fair, if I'm going to pick the next Alan Moore comic I'm going to read, I would probably pick Swamp Thing. V for Vendetta is like 4th on my list of Alan Moore comics to read. Do you like Psytrance? Haven't listened to much Psytrance. It's been a long time since I really explored a bunch of electronic music genres. Swamp Thing is overrated, not gonna lie. The art's good though. Well, see, that's the thing. Even if it is, I want to try it so I have an opinion. You know? It's one of those things where the fact that it's as influential and important as it is the reason I want to try it. I'm back. Sorry, I was eating food. No, you're not forgiven. Eating food, that's real bad. War crime, yeah. Do you have 1984? I don't own a copy, I don't think, because I listened to it as an audiobook. That pawn is making me mad. What's your view of 1984? Let me think. Utterly horrifying. However, utterly horrifying as an endpoint, which is interesting because its political statement is basically what we're trying to avoid. I'm not going to play F3. F3 immediately blunders knight e3. So it's a very powerful if united or agreed upon. What is it? Semi-plagiarized from Russian book? I don't know. That's the reason. That's the reason I struggle to give it a review. Is because I don't know that. I heard that recently. I have not seen a counterpoint for it, but I have not looked into it enough to know. Because again, I didn't read it really. I listened to it as an audiobook a while back. It was like a year and a half ago. And so, well, obviously I remember it pretty clearly. I don't know, I wouldn't know if it were plagiarized. You know? That's an annoying move. This is pushing it. Takes there. Yeah, it's pushing it a lot. Okay. From Wii. I'll have to look into that. Okay, if you find decent translation. Well, I'm learning Russian right now. F3, knight e3, rookie, bishop c8. No, that's not the problem. The problem is F3, queen takes beast 2, and he's tempoing my rook. That's the problem. That's why rook d to d2 is better. You're probably right. Although the point of rook d3 was we were trying to make f3 a possibility. Although I think that was a slight bit optimistic. Rook f3 is an idea? Yes. People shouldn't be afraid of their government. Governments should be afraid of their people. V for vendetta. Not sure if I agree with that. Because why is fear the goal? Should fear be the goal? I'm not so sure. Queen b7. Considering it. I'm just calculating. Because he promised if I go queen b7, I think he has like queen e6. I don't think I have anything to show. Because queen c7 is well met by rook takes d7. Afraid isn't afraid of doing bad things? Yeah. Fear to wrong their people? But that's not fear. That's stretching the definition of fear a little bit. Queen e6, rook d1. Yeah, I don't think it can accomplish as much. Respect would be better. I'm just having aligned goals. Because it's hard to succeed in a system where everyone is trying to make the other person fail. You know what I mean? That's a frustrating move. Queen c3, he wins probably? Maybe. Respect might be better than fear, but I question if either one is sustainable. As the primary modus operandi. Love, maybe? Yeah, I would say so. But that's hard as well. Because you can't really mandate for love. There's no way to define it and say this is what it means to love somebody, and then just like say, okay, did you do that or did you not do that? It's not that simple. Yeah, but which is the least bad? That's the question. We all know that there's a lot of bad ones because we're struggling to find the not bad one. Ah, stupid move. Give me just 1 second. I'm very close to losing on time, so I'm trying to play fast enough that that either doesn't happen or is delayed by a significant amount of time. Black is definitely winning, even clock aside, but clock is a huge problem for me. Again, he can just do some pre-move trap. Not the easiest thing to win in the end, but look up 7. Eh. We had Norwegian, Danish, and now Swede. Yep. And we had a Finnish person in the chat earlier as well. I think we did. No, he hasn't been here today. Never mind. He hasn't been around in a while, I don't think. Yeah, never mind. We used to have a Finnish person in the chat. He hasn't been here in a while. GG's. Okay, let's see what happened. Fear is almost an opposite to love. No love without respect. From the 3, I would argue that respect is the one to prefer. I disagree. Because respect is conditional. Respect is conditional. And human rights aren't. You know? Only an Icelander missing? Yeah, I don't think... We've had an Icelander before, but they haven't been here in a long time. So far, so good. Okay, give me a second. Did F3 work? Yeah, F3 worked. Void, why do I listen to you? No. Human rights? That was not on the table. One argument? Congrats. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, and if you are, what your point is. It's difficult to get over text. Unless you're being sarcastic and me saying that I think you don't want human rights, which is not what I said. I said that I don't think respect, and I don't think respect has human rights as the top priority. As part of its nature, the same way love does. It's an argument against respect and for love. It's not an argument saying that you don't want human rights. I have not read Mouse. I want to read Mouse. The only comic I've read is basically Watchmen. Channels like UN represented from many countries. Yeah. Because I win every game I show you. Nah. Anyway. Yeah, and so far... it was Queen D6. Oh, Queen D6, that's a cowardly move. Oh, that makes sense. So he can't take my pawn yet. He has to play a knight move first. And so he plays knight e5. Go here, knight g4. And he gives me enough time to play rook f4. Right. Can I play you next? Absolutely. Yeah, you're probably right. It was probably bad in general because my king was too weak. You should fear the people, or the people, the government. And we said fear is maybe not the best way to go, so... Yeah. But my point is, a government which respects its people doesn't necessarily... Again, respect is, conditional. So what's this? Thanks so much for the follow. I tried. Hey, pandas. And so my point was, respect is conditional, and you don't want a government which conditionally cares about their people. And so I don't like respect as a way for the government to function. That was my point. And an example of that, democracy, not North Korea? Of course not. Yeah, of course we're talking about democracy, but either way, I think that's still relevant. Incentive systems are important. Even if the government doesn't have the most power. Can we challenge you? Yes, exclamation mark join to join the queue, and then when it's your turn, we can play. And the example of human rights, to the core there or not, I disagree with that. See, that's the fundamental disagreement. I think regardless of the situation, incentive structures are important. Because the system you build will bend to match the incentive structures, not the other way around. Want to see why is rook e6 a blunder? Rook e6 is a blunder because it allows bishop h3. Do you look at a Lee chess game? Yeah, I copied the PGN over to chess.com, but I'm willing to, yeah. Could I play you? Yeah, right after this. Just finishing analyzing this game. Yeah, this is bad because it allows d7, and after rook c7, I can play f3. And I have 6. Queen g5. Whoa. That's a nice move. That's a nice move. Wait, are you a capitalist? I don't know. I'm still in the market. That's a capitalist joke. I'm still trying to figure out, because I haven't found something I like better than anything else yet, if I'm being honest. That's a pretty move, because the point is after queen takes, queen takes, rook takes, king move, I take the rook, and it's an exchange. Wow, that's insane. That's really pretty. Okay, so you study capitalism, no? Well, yeah, but I also study like public finance and the government's role in sustaining the modern economy and dealing with things that the free market doesn't do particularly well at. For example, roads and defense. Which was part of my point when I was talking to the Swede. I was talking to Jackie the Swede. Is I'm not sure that the free market handles things like defense best. So a government that is not unconditional might struggle with things like defense more than a government that is unconditional, which is why I didn't like respect as much as a system. Economics isn't necessarily capitalism, I don't think. Well, it depends where you learn it from, right? It depends on the bias of the particular place you learn it from. Because here's the thing, Ronnie. Regardless of personal convictions, a historical success, and success being defined as lack of human suffering, seems to do best with some sort of mixed economy. Now, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I'll get resources in society, capitalism or not. Well, yeah, one that. So you study capitalism and also the other ways. Now, capitalism is one of the more important ways because it's one of the more common ways. That's what I mean, yeah. So, I'm not sure how I feel about where I want the economy to be mixed, right? Like, where the mix is. Because, like, even capitalists want a mix. The thing is, they just want a mix that leans harder towards the free market. Right? I mean, same with, like, oftentimes socialists. Miss Mate in 5? Well, that's hard to see. Nah, I'd say you probably could have afforded to spend more time, but... Plus, I really wouldn't be too worried about missing checkmates in these sorts of positions. In my position, in my opinion, your goal is to find an easy way to win, and this looked like a plenty easy way to win to me. Now, that being said, I think you were a little bit timid towards the end. I'm not threatening anything. So, for example, here you go King H8 to prevent a further check. Try anarchism, so maybe it works, maybe not. Here. Have we really... is that phrase just a question, Ronnie? English is weird, so if you switch the verb and the other part of the verb and the subject, it turns a question to not question. So I'm not sure. I'm assuming that's... We have not really tried anarchism, so maybe it works, maybe not. But see, that's the problem. We haven't really tried a pure version of any system, right? That's the thing. We haven't tried pure anarchy. We haven't tried pure socialism. We haven't tried pure communism. We haven't tried pure capitalism. We haven't tried pure anything. So that argument kind of applies to everything. Which doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. It's just not unique to anarchism. Can we try them all small scale to test these ideologies? Not really, because you're always going to... See, that's the problem. In any one of these systems, America's having real problems nowadays, but that's beside the point. if you try to test any one of these systems on a small scale, you're going to be not corrupted, but influenced by outside factors. One of the problems with pure capitalism is the fact that other countries aren't practicing pure capitalism. So it's very easy for a country to destroy the production quality of stuff in a different market, and with goods that are made below cost cheap due to government control, and then like destroy the country that way externally, right? And that's kind of part of the problem, and that applies to many ideologies where it's like they work if you assume everyone else is doing it too. That's what I mean, Gone. Like, okay, did it fail because of Stalinist influence, or did it fail because of its own problems? In Egypt, we get paid about $200 monthly. Yeah. Here, the average is $300, I believe. Something along those lines. So that's the problem. Small scale. Additionally, another thing which hugely impacts the success of any given ideology is culture, right? And how homogenous the culture is, how much people trust each other in general, how much people trust the government. We didn't try communism. They have tried. It didn't work, obviously. Read more history. I'm out. What? I said we haven't tried anything. I'm not a communist. I hate communism. I think it's one of the worst ones because I think it only causes more problems. I live in former Yugoslavia. How can I be pro-communist? I live in the fallout of communism's failure. Now given, I 19s go through a phase where they're anarchists. Did you too? Nah, my phase was more so hardcore capitalism. Like, the libs are wrong because, you know, they just don't want to work or something. You know, all that stupid stuff. The dumb red pill stuff. I'm studying economics, and politics and philosophy is something that's somewhat of a passion of mine. Can you afford it? Yeah. That sort of thing. That's what I mean. We haven't tried communism, but I don't think it's possible to try communism. That's not an argument in favor of communism. That's an argument against the argument of we haven't tried X. Right? We haven't tried communism in the same way we haven't tried capitalism. Because like what countries tried capitalism? The US? Slavery is like the most anti-capitalistic thing you could possibly think of, you know? When's the viewers turning? I don't know, I completely forgot. Anyway, wait, I'm doing Wonder King next, right? Yeah, Wonder King, it's your turn, I believe. Stuck with the current ideology of mixed ideologies? It changes, you can move things. Would you trust our government to have no checks and balances? Of course not. I don't trust anyone to have no checks and balances. I don't trust myself to have no checks and balances. But I don't think that's a hot take. So we stuck with the current ideology of a mixed economy? I don't know. That's such a cool, I like that effect a lot. Anyway, maybe trying to argue based on ideologies, read different things, different people's a terrible idea. That's also part of it, I think. But to some degree, I think that we are inevitably going to be mixed somehow. Just because, again, to some degree, trying to do an ideology that's pure one thing or another, you're going to get to the point where you're going to get like individual disagreements about things, you know, like not everyone is going to completely agree on what these ideologies even mean, like Gon is saying. And so like, how can you try a pure version of any ideology if you can't agree what that would look like, you know? Wait, what? The Ready player goes into the Open Sicilian? I love the Open Sicilian. I'm a Sicilian player at heart. So if I'm given the opportunity to play Sicilian, I'm going to do it. Here. Then we castle. That way the knight defends bishop. Queen trade? I don't want a queen trade. Only base Dior Ready player. No. There's a lot of based ready players. They're just one of the many, one of the horde. I like this move. Don't love it. Queen e3. Queen e3 is something I'm considering. The problem with Queen e3... There's a problem with Queen e3. I don't remember what it was. It blocks my bishop. And I didn't really want to block my bishop. So that's why I was considering Queen g4. Blocks the bishop? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't want to block my bishop. So, I don't know. I feel like to some degree we are stuck with a mixed economy. My public finance professor, whom I really like him a lot, talked in our most recent class about how no matter what, the amount of government spending is always going to increase as a rule. Like only half a economics rule, almost more of a psychological rule. No matter what like fancy system you come up with, no matter what you think you fixed, the degree of government spending will always go up, not down. And I think that's very, what's the word I'm looking for? I think that's a very interesting point that says a lot. So even if you start with, you know, pure laissez-faire capitalism, where, you know, the government doesn't have any ability to do anything, government spending will only go up until you reach a point where you are at anything else. Bishop g5? Bishop g5 I'm considering. Bishop g5, I just feel something feels wrong. Population growth, inflation? Just people. Just people being people. Like, that's the thing. It's not even an economics rule. It's just, it's like a sociological rule. You're not going to get people to reduce the amount of money the government gives them. And this guy isn't even a capitalist, like a pure capitalist. He's very like, okay, there's a lot of things that that capitalism doesn't do well, so the government has to do those things, right? And that's why it's so interesting, because he wasn't even saying it like necessarily as like a condemnation. Yeah, asking for more services, like the federal cheese mines. You know, the U.S. government started what is it? What's the word? I can't remember the word now. Sing economics student, I can't remember the word. Not stimulus. When the government pays a certain amount of money to make a certain market segment that would normally fail last longer, or to make a segment stronger than would normally be. Subsidy, thank you. Yes, like the U.S. government started subsidizing dairy farmers in like the 60s, right? Assuming like, oh, dairy consumption will go up, and so eventually we won't have to subsidize them anymore. It's just to cover for, like, it was the Great Depression or something. Wasn't that? It was something else. The Great Depression wasn't in the 60s, but you get my point. They sponsored him for whatever reason, subsidized him for whatever reason. They still do to this day, and they've actually had to start subsidizing more because dairy consumption went down. And so now the US government has these huge federal cheese mines because they're not going to stop the subsidies, you know? Like the federal cheese mines, bro. The federal cheese mines live rent-free in my head. You think the federal cheese mines are in Missouri or wherever? No, they're in my skull. They're in here, man. That's where the federal cheese mines are. Do you have any games you used to play long ago? I have a lot of games I used to play a long time ago. I used to play a lot more games than I do currently. Unless you mean chess games, in which case, also yes. Wait, are the cheese mines actually real? They're real! They're real! Did you tell about your college professor? No, I didn't want to interrupt. Additionally, my language isn't super strong, so I usually keep quieter in class because I struggle to express myself without really planning out what I'm going to say. And so usually I'm a little on the quieter side in class, which I know is hard to believe, but why are you still awake? Sleep? Because it's only 10 p.m. here, it's fine. If my class were in English, I would have told him about it as an example, and he would have totally agreed with me. Yeah, the federal cheese mines are real, Gone. It's not a bit. I thought it was a bit too. I told you they were real. I never say anything in class that's bigger than like 10 people. Yeah, I understand that. F4? No, G4. F4, he can play takes and E4. That's not what we want. G4 forces an isolated pass pawn. Much better for us. Much, much better. Because now we get to do this. Exactly. Big difference. Big, big difference. Here. They started in World War II for wartime thinking they just never stopped. I told you! The cheese mines are not a bit. They are real. The cheese mines are real. So, like, that's kind of the point. You're never gonna... The cheese mines are proof you're never going to stay... The system's always going to bloat as time goes on. Which is fine. This means society. That's governs. Please do. So you're the quiet kid who happens to be American, has a gun? Yes. Next question. Okay, so evidently c4 was incorrect. Was it knight c3? Yes, it was knight c3 followed by d5. I couldn't decide, man. Yeah, the cheese mines are real. I told you the cheese mines are real. It's not a... This isn't a joke. This isn't a meme. This isn't a bit. The federal cheese mines actually exist. I swear. Look it up. Look it up. I know it's like, oh, haha, funny bit. No. Federal cheese mines. Quiet, but I think it's really not hard to believe at all. This confuses me when people describe me as talkative or something like. This is because when I get to know people, I start joking around a lot. Yeah. It's not that you're not talkative. It's that it's like it's almost like a nervousness. Maybe that's a bad way of putting it. Exactly, God. Unfortunately, some people do believe that. I'd say 70% of my interaction with my closest friends, they're in a joking manner. Oh, yeah. I definitely like doing a little bit of trolling. Okay, so interesting start. I was thinking about knight b5. I almost played it. I got a little nervous about, like, I don't know, queen g6 or something. Oh, knight c7's mate. Never mind. Do you know about parasocial relationships? I'm familiar with the idea. Oh, I'm the master troller. And here I castle wall. Wow, so cool. Yeah. Not sure if I should allow that one. I'm gonna go no. Yeah, the date you're born determines your personality, what you're good at, what you're bad at, what people you should date, get along with well, that sort of thing. It's superstition. Yeah, some people do actually believe that. What you gonna do? H4, Queen C7, Queen C6. So you're actually playing surprisingly well dragon chess. You're just allowing a few disintegration. Oh, disintegration's interesting. Knight F6. D1. Knight H5. I don't agree with. You need to play E6. You need to finish your development and get your king out of the center, or keep it in the center and connect your rooks. Yeah. What do you think my grade in English is? So, I would say your grade in English is equal or greater than your average grade. Now, I don't know how much you attempt to get good grade in classes and how naturally school comes to you. So that's a bigger factor to me than your actual English knowledge. Because obviously you know English very, very well. So the question for me is more how that relates to your school experience. Some even claims themselves as professional astrologers. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I would say I'm bad at school, but most would probably disagree. Okay. Do y'all do the 10-point system? Yeah, but obviously you lean towards A. So then you probably get an A in English. I would guess A in English. Hello, 9. Terrible school. Yeah, school's been... I'm currently in all C's get degrees mode. No, he let me guess. I asked him what his grade average was because I told him that his English would be on the high end of his grade average. What's A like out of 20? That's what I was asking. Rapid going down, but bullet at 1300. We'll take those. My rapid's going down as well, but it's fine. Want to play again? No, I have to move on to other people. Actually, how many people are in queue? 5. What time is it? 10:15. Okay, so I'm going to close the queue. Everyone already in the queue will still get their turn. No one new will be able to join the queue. Alright? You snuck right in. Right during the bell, 9. I hope you realize how lucky you are. Interesting game. And then the end game is even Steven. But people need to study their king and pawn endgames. Guess the average age of your viewers. Mid to late teens. Yeah. Brother, cheese mines in UK too for World War II. Yeah, but the thing is, like cheese mines during war is a little insane, but not like crazy insane. But the 1.2 billion pounds of cheese currently in the US cheese mines, crazy. Evidently this holds, which is insane to me. 4 check. And you play e4. Yeah, and this holds. You can't take, you go king e6. Go king d3, you go king e5, and neither one of us can make progress. Interesting. After here, you no longer. Well, here in Sweden, we had a system so that you get merit. That is 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20. You add up all courses and divide by the total amount of courses. Then you add a potential extra merit, which can be up to 2.5. Right. That makes sense. Like extra credit. And now king and pawn endgames. I want the UK grading over in the US. I want standardized tests to die in a hole. Standardized tests. Pardon me. It's your turn, Callum. Sorry it took so long. A lot of people in queue today. Yeah, so it is extra credits. Like an AP course. Or an honors. Yeah, we have that. Just send me the Lichess link and I'll do it. It's not a big deal. Like in high school, I did honors physics, and so I got slightly more points for my GPA than I would have gotten from a normal physics class. Now, I don't know how much harder physics honors was, but I didn't take any AP courses because AP courses are significantly harder. Ooh, against an FM. Interesting. Okay, can we play Bullet for your turn? Sure. I think that's the only thing I might beat you at. You have a very good chance. Just playing black against the FM. Okay. Do you know about cloud seeding? I've heard of it. I don't know a ton about it. I know what it is. You know, you shoot the seeds into the clouds that congeal, or I'm not sure what the word is, but like collect the water and cause it to fall. And basically you're kind of poking clouds to make them rain. You know? Which is an oversimplification. Now, is it cooler messing too much with the environment? I have no idea. I really don't know. Because I feel like a lot of what we do, we end up discovering hurts the environment long term. But like, I am not an environmental scientist. I way outside my area of expertise. From a principal perspective, if I had to guess, I would say probably it might cause problems long term. Because that's often what happens when we start messing with things, right? Just in the human perspective. But like, I'm beyond not an expert. You only get merit for classes, you don't need them for university program though? Makes sense. Don't know it's opening well? Okay, sure, you play with principals, you're fine. So you're doing fine. Yeah, you're doing just fine. Even Queen B6 isn't terrible here. You know? Probably, if you can get away with it, A6 is probably better. Or B6, sorry, to play Bishop A6. I'm not sure if you can get away with it. It's not clear, because E4 is kind of annoying. But if E4 isn't a problem, then this is probably better to play either Bishop A6 or Bishop B7, depending on what you want. Just to kind of get your bishop out. But Queen B3 isn't terrible by any means. It's completely reasonable. Because it's interesting flicks. We can have the Sahara Desert green again using it? Yeah, but I have not nearly the education to tell you if that will have negative consequences that we don't expect or don't know about. Right? To say I'm not a climatologist is a vast understatement. And so I'm happy to like talk about it and give my random opinion based on like what I guess, but it's a guess. It's a guess. It's like asking me, like, I don't even know. What do I think is at the bottom of the Mariana Trench or something? It's like, what? After DC, what do you take with? Knight. But even then, Knight, C, Queen. So you do win a pawn here. Sahara Desert should stay desert? I don't know. I've heard that the Sahara Desert hasn't always been a desert, so I don't know. Want to keep the pressure there? Yeah. So keeping the pressure isn't terrible in general, but usually if you can just cleanly win a pawn, you want to cleanly win a pawn. And in this position, I don't think white can punish you. At least I don't see a way for white to punish you. Because the bishop's already on g2, so he's not like threatening some weirdness. There's no discoveries because this is a knight, not a bishop. There's no queen check. So I don't see any problem. If you can get away with it, this is amazing because it's just a pawn. And material's material. And now you can play like bishop this way. You can retreat the queen, castle, just chill. So in general, winning a pawn's good. Which, I mean, no duh, but, you know, it's good to things. C takes. Yeah, see, you're a little late now. A5 I like a lot. E1, queen c7 I like a lot. Knight f1, b5 I like a lot. Bishop f4. Bishop d6 is good. Bishop takes, queen e2. b4 I like a lot. c4. DC is fine. Bishop a6 is a good inclusion here. Because something like c5 runs into bishop e2. And bishop f3. And knight d4. And this is terrible. What was your childhood dream job? It changed. When I was young, like younger than 8, it was paleontologist. Because I was a dinosaur kid. After that, it was chemist. And it was chemist or some sort of science for a couple of years. And then we had the move, and that kind of, I didn't really have a dream job at that point. I don't think I've had a dream job ever since. I could see you being a psychologist, Flix. What made you quit science? A combination of things. One was tedium. I found that I really didn't enjoy most of my science classes, my chemistry classes, my physics classes. That's why I did physics honor in high school. I also did chemistry honors. Right? Is because that was a plan at some point. Not really a plan, but it was like, why not try? And I just hated all my science classes. Additionally, high school was a terrible experience for me. So looking into the future and seeing a PhD, which is like after high school, another, what is that? 10 years of school? Looks like the exact opposite thing I wanted with my life. It was not exciting. It was just, I didn't enjoy it at all. But also, again, I was not looking forward to going to college. Because of how much I hated high school. Maybe 9p again, I don't know. Anyway. Where's choose my pieces? I want the one with eyes. I'm not telling you. School's destroyed a lot of subjects for me, and I'm fighting for not to destroy psychology for me. The only thing that school hasn't destroyed is like maths. School murdered maths. I hated all of my math classes. I still love math as like a hobby. I find it interesting. You know, number file and like the YouTube channel, and just like messing around, trying to calculate things for fun. But I just, did you consider dropping out of high school? Not really. At the time, I was facing a noticeable amount of external pressure to finish high school. Now I don't really have that sort of external pressure on my education anymore, which is nice. But it meant that I really didn't think about dropping out as an option. I think with maths I can get by without listening to a teacher, so I can just do my thing. That's fair, you know? I'm good with math until I have to write it down. I can, once I write it down, I get worse, but I can still enjoy it depending on what the problem is. Okay, hold on a second. Like, no college after high school? Oh yeah, that was the plan for a long time. Remember, I started college when I was 20. I'm going to be turning 21 in 5 days. Not 21, 22. I'm going to be turning 22 in 5 days, and I'm in my second year of college. So I started late. I did a gap year where I really didn't plan on going to college. I decided to later on in my gap year, and I don't regret it at all, but so I took one gap year in high school where I took like a year between years 3 and 4 of high school, and then I took a year off after year 4 of high school, and so now I've started college 2 years late. Yeah, I had that problem for a while. Then we found a really good math book that helped me, and so I just basically used that in addition to whatever math class I was doing. What did you do during the gap year? The first gap year, I spent a lot of time in chess. I did a lot of physical activity, so I like pulled up a bunch of trees because there was a what's currently the Joy Home Day Center for our nonprofit. The yard, or a yard next to it, was full of chokeberry bushes, and so I spent a bunch of time pulling a bunch of them out. And again, it was mostly chess and that. And just trying to recenter, you know? I wasn't about to become a GM, but I did a lot of my chess studying then. And then during the gap year between high school and college, streaming is when that's when I started streaming a little bit more often. I'd invested more in chess club and like tournaments and whatnot. And just spent some time trying to figure out what I wanted to do. Grew my hair out. Call it one of my autistic tendencies. Hey, what you gonna do? What made you go to college then? Well, first things first, I wasn't as afraid of it anymore because a lot of the things in my life that made high school terrible were no longer factors. And additionally, I want a degree to make further job finding easier, and economics is an area of study that I do enjoy learning about. So, okay, let's see. This entire game has been really, really good so far, Colin. I want to just say that. Again, takes is the first move I don't love. Bishop a6 is probably better. Okay. Are you thinking of playing chess forever? It's going to be part of my life forever in some capacity, I'm sure. Queen d5. Queen d5 also don't. Bishop a6 solves all of your problems. You play bishop a6, rook a to c8, maybe rook f c8. You can make an argument for that, but I think rook a c8, rook f d8. Either way, rook here, and you've got just a pleasant position. Just a good position. You are slightly for choice long term. You have no noticeable weaknesses. Most chess players play chess forever, no? Well, yeah, but, you know, might not take it seriously long term. Might, you know, retire, and like Kramnik, Karpov, Anand. Well, Anand hasn't retired yet, has he? I don't know. So Queen d5 I don't like because you miss the opportunity to play Bishop a6 with tempo. So this is such a good move. That's really a shame not to play it. And that's the problem. Queen d5 isn't even a terrible move. It's just how good of a... Oh, whoopsie. It's just how good of a move Bishop a6 is makes me struggle with Queen d5. Kramnik just played yesterday and resigned on move 2. Yeah, but he came back after retirement. He did retire. And he came back different. Yeah, bishop a6 is just very nice. This bishop wants to go somewhere eventually. Either b7 or a6. So bishop a6 is very common in these openings. Even earlier, remember, I called out earlier that in this position, playing for b6, bishop a6 is not bad at all. Because this bishop going here is a common idea, because this diagonal is often a weakness, because the bishop's on g2. Because look, this pawn is pinned to the rook, and since he wants to move this pawn, he'd opt to move the rook first. And even then, you can take, and this bishop's still a fairly strong piece. It can come back if it needs to, it can come in this way, maybe hop in this square, be a little annoying. How do I deal with the age gap amongst classmates? I don't find it to be a problem, really. I mean, so, I'm not even the oldest in my class. I'm the second oldest, I think. The oldest in my class is a guy who's like 24, 25? 24, 25, something like that. Because he's finished a degree in physical therapy. And he's doing a degree in economics as well. And so, plus, I'm going to be real. At this point, it's the difference between, what, 20 and 22? Who cares? Like, it's not like 20-year-olds look at 22-year-olds and think, oh, look at how old they are. Or 22-year-olds look at 20-year-olds like, oh, look at the youth. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, So the second wisest. I wouldn't say that, but 20 to 22 is not that big of a deal. Usually I would have been in a worse position by that point. Well, whatever usually would have happened. You're playing an excellent game of chess so far. This is just good moves. You're just playing good chess. So bishop to a6 is just a common idea to keep in mind in these positions, and just in general, you know? And I think that's the biggest loss of your position is you didn't consider bishop a6. Which is fine. You know it now as an idea, so look for it next time. Or time after that, right? You'll miss it once or twice again, and then we'll find it. Thought college students were like 18, 19 there? Well, yeah, but I'm second year. Remember, I'm second year. I'm at the end of my second year, and I'm turning 22. So someone who starts at 18 at the end of their second year will be 20, right? Maths. Thought you were 19? Nope. I'm 21, turning 22 in 5 days. So when they start college, yeah, they're 18, 19. But when I started college, I was 20. That's like I said, I started late, but I didn't start that late. It's really not a big of a deal. I have not noticed anyone caring. Now, given I don't talk with my classmates a ton, I'm usually kind of in and out because honestly, lectures are exhausting because all of them are in Macedonian, which is good for my Macedonian. I'm learning a lot. However, it's really hard. And so by the time I'm done with a 2-hour lecture or hour and a half lecture on accounting, all of it in Macedonian, where I'm having to like Google Translate the entire time to make sure I'm getting all the words, I am just like whew, with trying to understand Macedonian, you know? Oh yeah, being nervous makes sense. Are the teachers any better than YouTube? Some of them are. Depends on the professor. Some of them I really like, some of them I don't. I had a really good math professor. He also did our entrepreneurship class. I have a really good public finance professor right now. I have a really good economics professor. So, I would say yeah. Although YouTube is a pretty useful resource if I don't understand something in class. Although I take pretty extensive notes. I have like 4 or 5 pages of notes from today's lecture. What about the bad ones? Oh, I don't really want to, gossip. Yeah, bishop a6 eventually. Not exactly the right time, but it's so unfortunate. Can you skip the bad ones classes? Well, I mean, yeah, but then the exam will be harder because I have to take the full exam instead of the 2 half exams. Plus, I mean, even if they're a bad professor, I can still learn something. How not to lecture. I mean, come on. Plus, it's good for my Macedonian. Plus, why not? And even then, for example, recently, one of the professors I had more problems with, I had another one of their classes, and now that professor, instead of them lecturing, their assistant is lecturing, and their assistant's great. Right? So if I just skipped the class, I wouldn't have known that, and I would have struggled more with the subject. But assistant's great. Do you argue with them or something? No, of course not. No. The professors I have problems with, when I say I have problems with them, that means, one, I have difficulty understanding their lectures because they either talk really... No, it's not even... I have difficulty understanding their lectures because they're super duper dry. And 2, the subject just doesn't make sense. Like, it's incoherent. Because they just really don't want to be there. And so because of that, I end up really struggling with the exams. And often I'm graded more harshly on the exams because my Macedonian is not great, so I'm making very frequent grammatical mistakes on my tests. And so some teachers are willing to overlook that because they know I'm trying, and the teachers that don't, I have more problems with, right? But I'm not going to argue with them. That's not productive. I do what I have to get my, C, and I move on with life. Can the student change the teacher if they all agree and report? Not really. In this culture, it's hard. That's 41 moves. I'm so happy. You were doing really well for a long time. For most of this game, I would prefer to play black. Up until this move, I would prefer to play the black pieces. Unlike this entire game. In this position, and every position before this, I would rather have black. Again, you did extremely well this game. It's just bishop a6. You need to work on my middle game, I think? Yes. But just principles. This bishop needs to do something. Even back here, you should be thinking, okay. Even in this position, you'd be thinking, okay, what do I do with this bishop? Even if you're not playing a move now, it's like, okay, where's this going long term? Right? And in these sorts of positions, then it'll be like obvious. The position will be screaming at you to play bishop a6. Even here. Even here. Are you following Hades news? No, I'm not. Even here, playing bishop a6 is good, And it'll be like screaming at you to play it. Or bishop b7. Bishop b7 just isn't as active. Because it's, behind its pawn. This move is, again, very natural if you're looking for it. You can find bishop a6. It's not a move you can't find. And if you found bishop a6, then the entire position becomes very easy. Did look at it, couldn't find a good continuation. See, part of that's continuation, but to some extent, if the move improves the quality of your pieces, a full continuation isn't necessary. Like, again, in this position, bishop a6, you don't need to find a continuation. You can just play bishop a6 because it improves your bishop. As Law and Order collapses? Oh, gosh. The world is falling apart. So, continuations are important. I'm not saying don't calculate. I'm just saying sometimes you don't need to find a winning continuation or an amazing continuation. If it doesn't lose and your pieces are better than they were a move ago, and it's the best move you can see, but again, this was a very good game of chess. Again, a4 here was just unfortunate, man. You play bishop a6 now, you're still chilling. Heck, you even take the queen, you're kind of chilling. I wouldn't want to, but, like, you'd be fine. You'd live. You play, like, 97 or something, you'd survive this. Then bishop a6 is unfortunate. Just take his queen at this point. We have anarchy there. Oh, gosh. We're Haitians, man. A little bit of tunnel vision? Oh, yeah, for sure. But that's okay. Like you said, you were nervous. Plus, again, I would not say that was a failure. It's Voigt's turn. I would not call that game a failure by any stretch of the imagination. So many places are in, like, utter shambles, man. COVID, like, accelerated all the worst parts of every society by, like, 20 years. It's insane. Super happy with the performance? You should be. Okay, let's see. Your opponent's undefeated. Wonder if that'll help stand up. Okay? Just principled chess. Who cares? Fortunate opening? Yeah, just play your moves. You just play completely rational moves. See, this is what I mean when I say that the modern isn't impossible for just someone playing normal chess. So far, White has only played completely sane rational moves, so this is the first weird move they've played. And the position's fine. It's just a fine position. No major weaknesses. You just relax. Now, here's a little weird. You did allow bishop g4. You probably should have played h3 first. It's probably recommended to play h3 first. Now, then you do allow e5, and it's not super easy, but want to end it fast? Yeah, got a little ahead of yourself, though. Maybe it's not super easy to find a move. Like, do you allow him to double your pawns? I actually don't know. That's not a rhetorical question, folks. I'm not sure. Because on the one hand, doubled pawns. On the other hand, f-pawn push and king h1 and rook g1. You can close up the center pretty easily here. e5, d5, and you push f5. f4. There's an argument for this. I could understand. I would not be livid if someone played this. You know? Okay. e5's a little bit optimistic. But okay. f4 I don't mind. Ooh. That looks very wrong. That looks like extremely wrong. Play f5. Yeah. Oh, this is some bad stuff happening right here. This is dangerous. As a way to promote community engagement and stress relief, some governments have organized official pillow fight days. What do you think? In a culture where that works, knock yourself out. With a pillow specifically. But that only works in a culture where silliness is a virtue. And there's not a great deal of animosity. So again, in the places it works, excellent idea, but I think it only works in a limited number of places. Knight h4. Now this is hard because suddenly White's pieces are looking straight at the king, and this rook is coming to g1 pronto. Queen f6, queen g4, h6, rook g1. Boom, bam. Bishop of course fine. Does bishop d2 still work? Looks like it still works. Because taking must be losing, right? Yeah, first off you just hang your knight. So bishop d2, bishop c3 is my choice. Okay, bishop d3, rook g8, bishop g3, and the knight's just trapped. That's a way of doing it. They did it in New York? Exactly. Well, I mean, in your defense, Void, you did end it quick. Man. What a brutal game. Poor opponent. He didn't deserve this. He was just trying to play hypermodern opening. He just wanted to live. Bishop d2 was absolutely the move, though. Bishop d2, bishop c3. Hated the opening? Why? It's a very standard modern. Bishop g4, if you... Again, d5 is just not a good move. He takes your bishop. You play queen takes, presumably. He goes like e6. I don't know what to do against it. Oh, so you hate it because it's a skill issue. Just tires me? That's fair. You're an e4 player, right? Then play like the weird stuff where you go like d4 and then you go like f4 and like play for kingside attack and just kill him. There's a bunch of really easy systems that immediately ask black a lot of serious questions. Another creative thing. Draw attention to road maintenance issues in a lighthearted way. Some governments have held naming contests for potholes. There aren't enough names possibly made from a combination of letters in every alphabet to cover all the potholes in this country. And the coward those who have four avoid. Okay, well then it's a skill issue. Well then play something slower and more positional. You could find stuff against the modern. The thing about the modern is it gives the choice back to white. It's often said that white plays the first move, but black chooses the opening. Stuff like the modern gives the choice back to white. And so you just have to find something you enjoy and just knock yourself out. Nice game, though. Macedonia is in Europe, which has good roads, no? No. Because we're not in the EU. Night Void. The EU gets like the German roads, right? We don't get the German roads. We get the roads where half the budget for the roads goes to the weekend home of the Prime Minister. If you'd like to, your choice. Like, as soon as you cross the border into Greece, the roads improve tenfold. It's not even close. It's insane. And I live less than 30 minutes from the border. Your driving skills might be quite good then. I must be quite good then. You get used to it. You just memorize where the potholes are, right? Because I take that same I take the same route to and from school, you know, like 3 times a week. You memorize where all the potholes are. So you're like, oh, it's a swerve here and a swerve there. You know what I mean? Not the filthy London player. Okay, punish the filthy London player. E6. Okay. Sure. Also a completely reasonable way of playing. Yep, just principal chess. Can't complain. E5's good. Go to college in a car. Nice flex. Well, I mean, it's a little Skoda City go. So it's not like I'm rolling up, you know, with the windows down, like blasting hip hop on the subwoofers, you know, like the giant gold rims or something. It's just a little, you know, like 2-door. Toot mobile. Gets me where I need to go. Plus, I live like 20 minutes from college, so like picking up girls using the car. Yeah, no, I find that highly unlikely. The car is hardly exceptional. It works. It gets me where I need to go, and I got it for a darn good price. Hey, Pure. You weren't followed? Did you automatically unfollow or something, or do you just hate me now? Sorry. How you been? Anyway. It gets me where I need to go quite well. I got it for a darn good price. There's not much I can ask for more. I don't really need much more. I'm pretty happy with it. And it gets amazing mileage. That's the best part. The mileage on the sucker, incredible. And that's the most important part, because I don't want to have to deal with expensive gas. So really, I'm winning. Okay, wait. Okay. Is something like this possible? Where the point is this pawn hangs? Don't trust it. Yeah, at this point, I would probably take the bishop. Just because you've used too many tempi. Going backwards would take the same amount of tempo as taking the bishop. Right? And yeah, your opening is h-file. But then you just play like h3, h6. It's like, okay, nothing. Like, what's he going to do? Castle long into your pawns? No way. Bishop e6, you play a rook somewhere, maybe push b5, you get a little aggressive on the queen side, you play your game. Right? Moving it backwards, I would say yeah. If you're not sure what you want to study, or if you're not sure if you want to study, because at this point going to like trade school or spending the time working on your career might be worth it over studying, but if you're not sure if you want to study or what you want to study, you're not going to lose much by taking a gap year. I mean, especially if you're doing things, you know, it's not like I was sitting there eating chips. I ate a lot of chips, and I did a lot of sitting, but that's beside the point. You know? Then you're not really sacrificing much. It's not like a huge risk. You'll end up in college 1 year later, like, okay. What about isolation? Well, yeah, you don't sit there isolated either. That's part of the equation. You make sure you have other things. College shouldn't be your only means of socialization in general, but so you have hobbies, you have people to meet up with, you make friends. Which is, you know, easier said than done, but my point is, like, that's important to be able to do outside of college, even if you're in college, you know? College isn't a replacement for normal socialization. Rook f8, I know it's not amazing, but I like it. Because I like the fact that you're putting the rook opposite the king.
Perfect sausage.
That being said, I'm still scared of this pawn, and the open g-file is a little scary. White's got a large initiative. Now white can legitimately think about castling queenside in the long term, and the kingside attack is pretty scary. And so here's the question. Why am I saying that after you take this and not after you took the bishop on g3? Well, in this position, it takes with h, I presume. You could play... Point is, you could play h6. And first off, you haven't committed c4. So you can play stuff like b4 more easily. And your opponent doesn't have an easy way to break through. He can try playing g4, g5, and heck, maybe that's even a decent plan. But first off, your bishop and knight are both guarding that square, so you're really over-defending the g4 square. Makes it very difficult for him to do anything. And additionally, once you kind of like solidify everything, then you can break in the center pretty quick. Versus, if we go back to the position as it was, do you think that corresponds chess titles should be displayed officially on the someoneschess.com profile? I mean, it'd be nice if they were. I don't think it's ultimately that important one way or another, just like in the same way that's not super important to have like FIDE ratings displayed on your profile somewhere. It's like nice to have GMFM IM, but that could be neat if they did, but I don't think it's like, oh, it must happen. Versus in this position where you don't have any way of preventing the f-pawn push, which chips away at the g6 pawn, because you just do this and you can take, you know? Like a dragon thing. Plus, you've committed c4, which further weakens the d5 pawn, which can almost immediately be taken. And also by committing c4, you make d4 less of a tempting option, which means white can stay in the center a little longer. White can bluff a little longer. If you throw your pawns at the queen side, he doesn't have to castle queen side. He can just stay in the center and you throw your pawns at nothing. And breaking in the center is now going to be a lot harder. And so if you hard commit to breaking in the center, then he can castle queenside and you wasted moves in the center. Versus with the pawn on c5, you can always just play d4, break in the center immediately, and so your opponent has to castle queenside because you have the constant threat of the immediate center break. Did you know Canada has the world's only maple syrup strategic reserve to keep pancake lovers happy? More countries need that. Forget the cheese mines. We need a maple syrup strategic reserve. Anyway, and see, this is the problem. And now, your pawns get dealt in front of your king, and this must be losing. Kaisa herself demands that you lose this game. Queen e2 is terrible, because he can play d4. I hope you played d4. You did not play d4. Okay. Now you deserve to lose this game. Which is cooler, cheese or maple syrup? I saw a free pawn. Don't be greedy. Greed is one of the 7 deadly sins. No greed. This pawn, you're already almost dead. Why are you opening another file to your king? There's no, like, you're getting a pawn, but you're giving him an open file directly against your king onto the h7 square, which is attacked by his bishop, and you cannot defend it. This is begging to die. This is picking up pennies in front of, what is it? The things that crush down the cement. The big squishy things, you know? That they're like big and have the big rollers that they use to squish things. But it's blitz, so I forgot, and I took the pawn anyway. Okay, fair play. Queen h5. Like, you should lose this game now. Okay, that's a little inaccurate. That's even more inaccurate. That's even more inaccurate. What is he cooking? Bishop h6. Queen h6. What's your next move? F5 is the only move that prevents mate. Anything else, I go checkmate. Well, technically it's check, 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 mate, but same difference. You don't have time to sack the other rook. I am threatening mate in what, 4? So you have to play F5. It's the only move that dodges mate. And then I play bishop takes. And now you have to play F6. Once again, the only move that prevents checkmate in, again, whatever it was. Now queen takes F6. I'm now threatening... I'm still threatening this. You're still, like... You're dead. I'm threatening mate in 1. Maybe they wouldn't see it. Okay, fair play. You know what? Fair play. That's called hope chess. You should not be playing hope chess. Hope chess is illegal. Oh, wait. They didn't see it. Oh, wait. No. Never mind. Hope chess is based. I can't believe you won this game. How did you win this game? Truly the most deserved win of all time. Honestly, we shouldn't even analyze anymore because it's so clear it was a clean positional outplay from start to finish. Karpov would be proud. They stole it too? Wait, what? The Magnesian School of Chess, clearly. Was the theft over several months in 2011-2012, nearly 3,000 tons of maple syrup, valued at 18.7 million Canadian dollars, or 12 US dollars, from a storage facility in Quebec. The facility was operated by the Federation of Quebec Maple Syrup Producers. Sheesh. This is the most Canadian thing I've ever seen in my life. Thieves used trucks to transport barrels to a remote sugar shack where they siphoned off the maple syrup or filled the barrels with water and returned them to the facility. You said don't play hope chess, but don't you see I didn't see you winning this game. Curious, naturally. No. Obviously, I'm allowed to be wrong sometimes. Pushkar. I don't think Pushkar is still here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. I will be wrong again. Story almost sounds fake. We truly live in a society. That's all I gotta say about that. Pushkar is not here, which is good because it's getting kind of late. How do I pronounce your name? Is the C? What kind of C is this? Is it Chervasis? Cervasis? So, cheese or maple syrup. Why is it an either or? Why can't we have both and live in harmony? Oh, sorry, no reason to apologize. I try to pronounce everyone's name who follows, but I... Mr. Meeseeks. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Should be an unrated 10-0 challenge sent out to you. If all is according to plan. Man, when I was in Italy for the Youth Chess Championships, one of the options for food at the hotel a few nights was a cheese and honey platter. Where it's just a platter of a few different assorted Italian cheeses and then a little bit of honey. And it was divine. I know, American. I love cheese, but I love this little starting animation thing. Is that a global chess.com thing, or is that just for streamers? Hey, Neophyte. We're chilling. We're talking about the federal cheese mines and the Canadian maple syrup reserve. Reserve, not preserve. Sorry. How much was it in euros? Well, it said like 18 million Canadian, which I translated to about 12 US dollars, if my currency conversions are correct. Unfortunately, the queue is closed because it's like 11 p.m. and I try to stop streaming at 11 p.m. so I'm already a little late. And I'm Canadian. Okay, it's just about 15 million euros, Ronnie. We summoned a Canadian. Yeah, exactly. We said the word maple syrup too many times. It's like Bloody Mary. The Federation of Quebec Maple Syrup Producers, otherwise known as the FPAQ, maintains a strategic reserve of maple syrup, officially known as the International Strategic Reserve, across multiple warehouses and rural Quebec towns. There you go. There you go. That's the. How does that make you feel? We also have harsh winters. I've heard that. Hey, during some of those harsh winters, you probably need some maple syrup, right? Oh gosh. Again, I'm allowed to joke about this because the US has a federal cheese reserve. Okay? So you're not alone. I am equally embarrassed by my country. No, it's not even really. It's half my country. Close schools or 3 feet of snow. That's actually a pretty high bar. That's like a lot of snow to receive to close schools. It makes sense. Yeah, I've seen that much snow in person because once I visited Vermont, and Vermont has a lot of snow, but where I lived in the US, we didn't get that much. The most we got is like 6 inches one year. And here we've gotten 8 before. One year we got 8 inches. But either way, like this year we've gotten basically no snow. Did we get any snow this year? I don't think we did. This was a very mild winter. But we've had some pretty extreme ones. The winter back in 2015 when we moved here was pretty bad. Maybe it was 2016. It's been quiet here this year as well. There's snow oddly. Global warming. Probably to B8, honestly, so I can go to D7. Maybe that's dumb, but looks right. If the knight goes to G5, I play H6 immediately to force it to go to E6 and let me capture it, or move backwards. I think I'll go here to try to get to b4 or c5. I just need to activate my knight. I need active pieces. I don't want to play passively and just wait to die. c5 was also an idea. I probably should have played c5 and then taken with knight after en passant. Yeah. I mean, c5 is still an idea here. I'm actually going to do it. It's not as good anymore now that knight's on a6. But it's still decent, I think. Ooh. That's an interesting move. That's a very interesting move. So I want to go to e7, because I want to play bishop d7, and if I can take, that's wonderful for me, but I don't think he'll let me. He definitely shouldn't let me, but... Plus this over-defends f6, which could be nice. Stays off the light squares, which could be nice. Stays on the e5, which could be nice. So I think e7 is the correct square. It's possible d7 was correct, but I think it's e7. It just seems more flexible. This is a difficult position, both to evaluate and to play. I really expect him to take en passant. This didn't look good to me. To be fair, it still doesn't look good to me. I don't know, maybe he like takes the knight and goes knight c3 or something. He tries to say, hey, you've got the bishop pair. Could work. I don't trust it though. I wouldn't trust this position as white. Because I've got e3 coming. And if he tries to stop e3, then yeah, like if he tries to stop e3 like that, then I feel like he ends up with some really big problem squares. Like d3, and if I can get a knight to d3, that seems brutal. I think bishop d7, knight c3. I don't think the bishop's any better on d7 than it was on c8. Unless I go knight c7 and try to push b5. That's an idea. Kind of gotta decide which idea I'm going for though. You know what? I like pushing b5. I'm going for this. Canadian scientists developed a cold fusion reactor 6 years ago, but didn't want to make a big deal about it. The Onion. Real. True. Factual statement. I love The Onion, man. Man forgets that he has Alzheimer's, remembers everything. The Onion's the best. I love some good satire. Even bad satire I like. That's how much I like satire. I don't agree with letting me take at all. I think that was objectively incorrect. I really strongly believe that was wrong. Now I have the knights against the bishop pair in this position. And look at his light squared bishop. It's completely miserable. So was mine, to be fair. But that's why I was trying to trade it off. And he let me do it. I really expected knight c3. Now, after knight c3, I could have played knight c7 and followed by b5. Still unclear. Maybe even knight g4 to e5 to d3. But not this. Not this. Either way, both of those plans would have taken a lot of time and would have been very well telegraphed. And so likely they also would have been pretty easy to avoid. Gotta go. Do ponder about maple syrup before sleeping? Oh, I will. I will dream of maple syrup. Now, given knight takes d5, queen c5, queen c4 is kind of asking for trouble. No, I take it back. This is excellent. Unless he's trying to... Even that doesn't look too threatening, if I'm being honest. Does he have anything better? Should I be afraid of something? I don't think so. Yeah, I'll just take. It's not threatening anything. Then I can go like rook AD. Trying to play knight b6. I don't see it. I don't see his point. But you know, I'm not Magnus Carlsen, and he might have a point that I just don't see at all. I might just miss something, but I don't understand it. I really don't. And I just try to play chess based off of understanding what's going on in the position. The flow of the position, but I just... If he was trying to justify like f3 in this position, no, that doesn't look right either. Yeah, so it was this. I'm going to play rook AD. I think that's the correct rook. Rook FD might have been better. It's very unclear to me. I think rook FD was better. I was just trying to get a rook off this diagonal, but I think rook FD was better because it looks like this rook wants to be on c1. No. And now I push d5, without a doubt. And if he takes, then I play a takes, and suddenly my a pawn is supporting my c5 pawn. And I still want to push d5. The position is quite harmonious. I'm not going to say I'm winning or anything, but there's a nice flow. See, the problem is if I push, I feel like he can go bishop takes, and then I'm in a pickle because my pawn on d5 is going to hang. So, I'm going to play queen e6 first. He might have bishop takes, queen c4. That's annoying. Oh, now I definitely play d5. Without a doubt. No, wait. Bishop takes. Rook takes, queen takes, bishop c4. Wow. Queen e6? I had to try something then. Wait, no, he has bishop c4 at the end. He has bishop c4 at the end. I completely missed that. I'm just going to play king g7 to prevent bishop c4 being a big problem. Now if like takes, then I can take and the bishop guards, so it's fine probably, but... I gave up my entire advantage. Bishop f1 was nice. Yeah, I completely missed bishop c4 as an idea. Completely missed it. Completely missed it. It's a pretty good idea, honestly. Well, of course I'm going to say it was a good idea after I missed it. Now it looks like just a plain draw. It's frustrating. Definitely had a huge advantage there. I don't have anything better than this. I can't let him in. I'm just going to be in a pawn down bishop endgame, which is, again, it's a draw, very clearly. But... it's frustrating. Might be able to flag him, but Even that seems unlikely. Okay. Neither one of us can push for a win, or we lose. 'Cause even this... Let's see what you do. That's what I get for trying to flag you. I deserved it. Nah, I can't. It's Nine's turn. Is Nine still here? I don't think he is. Is there anyone else? Sorry? What do you mean, sorry? I tried to flag you. I wouldn't have lost if I tried to flag you. I deserved it. It's karma. You were better? Oh, I was absolutely better. Let's check it out real quick. I don't think there's anyone else in the queue, so I'm going to end stream after we check this out. I was absolutely better. I'm fairly certain I was winning, but I completely missed Bishop F1 as an idea. Queen E6 must have been terrible. What I was shocked is that in this position you played Rook A1. I was fully expecting Knight C3. I was really quite surprised that you let me take. Maybe it's fine, but it just looked miserable. I really expected this. Because my light square bishop is terrible in this position. I was preparing F3, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, but even this prepares for F3 though. Because you over defend the E4 square. That was my logic. And then you play Rook A8 and then you push. Because I don't have time to do anything. Same idea, but I didn't have a clear plan. Oh yeah, just here. And I don't know. Maybe I was wrong, but it really looked to me like letting me take this was just bad. Okay, so I should have taken with the other knight. Why exactly? Nobody knows. Okay, D. Okay, well, what's the difference? Say you played this like you did in the game or something. I don't understand. Why is that so much better? Maybe training on... Oh, it's because I remove all tactics. Right, the way. Because the whole problem in this position is that you had tactics where you could take this knight first. After knight b6. Right? And after pushing. That's the entire problem. That's the only problem in my position. Is that you are long-term threatening to take this and then take my pawn when I push it to d5. Which I have to inevitably push it to d5. That's my only plan that makes sense. So, I have to preempt that by trading off bishops first. I missed that. I didn't see that. I did not have that degree of foresight. It was definitely better. And queen e6 was definitely terrible. Knight g4 is 100% the move. Knight g4 and I just go to e5. I just didn't want to allow this. That was the thing I was trying to prevent. But see, now I trade bishops. See, that's the difference. Rook d5, I trade bishops. And then I play knight f6 again. And then I push. What if queen c4 check? King h8, same problem. I trade bishops. And then I just play knight f6 and I push. Ah. In hindsight, it's so obvious. And then here it's just draw. There's no way anyone wins this. And then I tried to flag you, and so in so doing, I tempted the hands of fate. Ah, and see now our king getting out. That's actually funny. So I have to go here with the king. And then play c4, a4. And we play chess. Interesting. You know, I lost on the spot. Well, interesting game. Definitely keeping that in mind in the future. See, I'm too used to the dragon where you don't trade bishops in any circumstance. It's good to know. It seems like I play. Okay, so knight b8, knight b1 was, knight b8 was fine. Saying knight d7 was better, but both of them, I can't decide. Actually saying knight d8 is pretty good too. Yeah, I can't decide. Thanks for the game. No problem. Thank you. Definitely learned. Yeah, I'm still working on my Dutch. I need all the practice I can get. Whoa. Completely refreshing my stream manager. So no one we follow is live. Actually, no, someone that we follow, but they're just chatting. I suppose you knew d4, e4. The Staunton? I have some theory against it. I usually forget my theory, but you probably would have had good luck with it, because I don't remember this stuff. I know you're supposed to play knight f6 here because d5 just lets this happen. But I don't remember it at the end of the day. I know that you play this first, and then if f3, as soon as you play f3, I play d5. And then otherwise, I usually just go bishop, g6, bishop g7 to castle, I think. But it's been a long time since I've looked at these lines. Weeks and weeks. And I forget them basically immediately after. So you might have had something there. If you knew your lines, then you probably could have caught me slipping. Either way, good game. I must bid thee adieu. I am tired, and tomorrow is my bad college day where I have 3 classes. So, good night. Appreciate you stopping by.